am the Ronan Ball, and welcome to Twitch.tv/Ronan Ball live stream. Twitch.tv. It's Chronic Fatigue Week here on Chronic Fatigue Central. It's your favorite Chronic Fatigue stop for Chronic Fatigue chronicking. So, I'm programming, and I probably shouldn't be. I think the programming is making me ill. I think I've been working myself too hard, and more so that I may have been at some point, unbeknownst to me, bitten by a python. And there she is. I got chronic fatigue. Don't expect much from me. The stream has started, and yes, I'm having a bad several days. I'm literally thinking that I was getting sick because, we didn't do yesterday's live stream, and that had to do with, I'm on this horrible vampire sleep schedule again, but also had to do with the fact that, like, I've been, like, feeling like I'm running a fever, you know, like, just hot in the face kind of stuff, and it seems to be related to me staring at this code, so hey, let's stare at this code. I mean, I just spent too much time at this point staring at episodes of Dr. House on, you know, Amazon, well, of House, MD. It's just House, Pod, on Amazon Prime Video, and I need to do something that isn't just that. I may, in fact, do it, whatever I do, looking as cool as I possibly can. Not for the coolness factor, but for the light in my face factor, and it's just, you know, it's one of those chronic fatigue kind of times of the month where your senses are heightened in ways that aren't helpful at all, you know? It's not like, ooh, really? If I'm touched in a certain way, does it mean I get more pleasure? Well, maybe, but you'll never know because you're too busy, like, going, oh, God, turn the lights down. With your thump music. Oh. Kids with their thump music and they're spinning rims these days. So yeah, it's been not good feeling days lately. And I think I finally figured out last night that I'm probably in pain. It's so weird. It's so weird to be me. The way that this works kind of internally is that I don't feel like I'm in pain. I just have to, like, watch myself for when I start acting weird, which is to say I'm a little bit more ready to snap, and not just in anger or anything. Like, I was just ready to, like, emotionally snap in one direction or another. And what's another thing that I have to, like, or that I watch out for in order to know whether I'm in pain? Oh, when I go to, like, sit down or get up or just move in general, if I find myself making sounds and things, because I don't explicitly feel the pain, you know? Which I've likened to, and I don't know if this is true or not, but I've likened it to, you know, it's kind of the idea that maybe it's all over pain, fibromyalgia, which is what chronic fatigue syndrome comes with. So if it's fibromyalgia, and fibromyalgia is sort of defined as being in pain kind of everywhere at once, or being in pain in, you know, no specific, like, one location, and there's a reason for it. It's just, like, pain, and usually described as in your joints and that kind of thing, but in your joints just means kind of everywhere. It's code for non-specifically, non-located, non-acute pain, just kind of generalized pain. I don't feel it, is the thing. Like, I don't really feel it. I'll tell you what happens eventually when it gets bad, like it is now, is I kind of feel it as just an aching, gnawing in my limbs, and then I'll, like, move them around and kind of stretch them out. Just kind of, and then I will feel a sensation that I'm not sure really whether I would call it pain or pleasure, because it's like, it feels good to stretch them, and also I find that I may start crying while I'm doing it, so I think there might be a pain, some level of pain involved in it too. I just feel like my brain is kind of wired up to discard pain, just not to deal with it, not to recognize that it's there in this particular sense anyway. You know, if you take a pencil and jab me through the fucking heart, no, if there's an acute local, like there's a certain area and it hurts for a reason, I feel that kind of stuff. But this kind of generalized pain, it's my working premise, is that I just don't feel it in the way that you think of feeling pain. So what happens is I don't know that I'm in pain, and I watch my behavior in order to find out, but like what has to happen is that the pain backs up on me. It's there, I'm not aware of it, and then once it's been there for a good long time, I start to see in myself, in my behaviors, both physical and psychological, that I'm, it's changing how I respond to stimuli and what I do in response to whatever's going on. And I have to, like, notice myself just either getting shorter fuse, shorter temper, or even just being shorter to, like, laugh. and like just being more kind of on an emotional edge, ready to go one way or the other, and then I go, oh, I'm probably in massive pain that I can't actually feel. And this theory of mine, develops out of several months back where, I started to have like suicidal thoughts, without at all, like by my own estimation, feeling depressed or feeling like I was in pain, and yet I just sort of got to a point where like my mind started, I'd see this, because I keep like a box cutter handy for some, I don't know, I got it out of a drawer once 3 months ago. I can't be bothered to put anything away. I got chronic fatigue syndrome. I got an excuse for not doing everything. So this has been just around, and it's kind of helpful to have a little box cutter knife handy at any given time. And yeah, a couple of months ago, just like looked over and saw that, and my mind just like went, hey, what would it be like, what if you just like popped the blade out and just shoved it into your neck? And I started thinking, like my mind started coming up with, well, what kind of chemicals do you have under the sink right now? If you mix those up into a cocktail, what would happen? And, it was unprompted. I didn't feel like I was depressed. I'm a student of the human mind. I'm a fucking former Zen monk over here, and I wasn't like lingering in dark places in my head and letting that build up. It was just like it was suddenly there were these dark suicidal thoughts, which is very scary because it feels like you're not you. It feels like what's going on in your head isn't, and especially when the things that are going on in your head feel like a threat upon your life, and also that you don't have any control over them, which you don't have any control over your thoughts. I said I'm a Zen monk, I know. But like when they're so unfamiliar and they're so dark like that, it's scary. And that was when like I had kind of a breakdown moment where I like asked my dad, like, you need to do something to help me because I don't know what the fuck's going on here. And he went out and totally legally purchased me marijuana, because that had, shown that was helping me, or had helped me in the past when I got a brief, I got some. Somebody gave them to me and said, you look like you're in pain. Here's, eat this piece of candy here. It's got weed in it. And I said, okay. And found out how much pain I was in when it was finally relieved. So he went out and got me marijuana, and that was like, I smoked the marijuana, the pain was relieved, and then I didn't have the suicidal thoughts anymore. And that's sort of like that experience of all that, has informed this idea that I have about how my chronic fatigue syndrome works and how the fibromyalgia end of things works, in that I don't feel the pain, but the pain is there and it backs up on me. And even though I'm not feeling it, it is having the effect that pain has. If you are in pain constantly for an indeterminate amount of time, just long duration of time, it drives you insane. It drives you mad. Like, there's a reason why there are painkillers, and the reason is you need to break the cycle of pain, because pain creates stress, emotionally and physically. Pain is stress, but pain creates stress, and then stress creates pain, because being stressed tightens everything up, and then you're, causing yourself more sort of injury and more the tension, pain and stress and tension and pain and stress and tension. And it's a loop and it's a cycle. So, painkillers are there to like break that fucking cycle, because it's hard to do on your own to break that cycle when you continue to be in the pain. How do you get rid of the stress even though you're in the pain? And I think I do a pretty goddamn good job at that, because I had 3 years experience on a meditation mat to be able to just kind of, accommodate whatever happens to be the truth of the moment. But there is a point after a couple of months where things have just backed up on me so much, and the pain is there in a way that, again, I don't really feel, but it's been working on me. It's like living your life with a high-pitched squeal in the background, and I will address that in a moment, because there's a story to be told there. It's called L'Appel du Vide, Call of the Void. Don't know if you know it, look it up. It's normal, says Noah Craw. It's normal to be in this much pain? I assume you mean suicidal thoughts, just to, like, it's not normal for me, and it was a signature, like, moment of, oh, you need to do something about this pain. Boy, you look like an idiot also, hello. Yeah, I got the big lights on so you can see me a little bit, and I don't want to have to see me. I don't want the lights in my eyes. Guess this is something different then. Take off the sunglasses. No, because then the big light will be in my face. He's not your puppet. Wow, protective all of a sudden much. Hello, Noah and Allegram. Latra. So, once upon a time, I heard a story that once upon a time, a family bought, they had a bunny rabbit. They had a cute little bunny rabbit as a family pet. And they'd had him for several years, and, everything was just fine and normal. And then they got themselves, some mice and some rats or something like that were moving in to the house. Like, they found a nest and they found evidence of the things. So, they had exterminator come out and he got rid of the main source. But then the family, just like covering their bases, went and bought one of those little plug-in things that you get that's supposed to like detract. It's supposed to like push away mice and things from coming back to the house. So it's just a little thing you plug into the wall, and it's supposed to magically keep the animals away from coming into your house. Specifically, advertised and designed for mice. And what those little things do in the wall is they pump out a super high-pitched squeal that the human ear, most human ears anyway, can't hear, but that the small rodent's ear will absolutely hear. And about a month later, their rabbit started attacking them and biting them and drawing blood, and was miserable and was fucking just as though it had rabies and it had never left the house. And of course, that was because the rabbit had been trapped in a house listening to this high-pitched squeal 24/7 for a fucking month. And they didn't know. But it drove a friendly pet rabbit insane. And they didn't know that that was what was going on. And it, had attacked and bitten the kids and things like that. And they had to just put it down. They thought something, it had gotten an infection. It was, maybe not rabid, but something had happened. And they can't have that around for they got kids. So they, took their family pet to the vet and had it put to sleep. And then a couple weeks later, it's dawned on someone, oh my God, we've been driving the rabbit insane with the little thing you plug into the wall. And that's, a true story. And so, like, I think of that in relation to this pain that I don't really feel, because it's sort of the high-pitched squealing coming from the wall that I don't really hear, but that is there and is subtly driving me insane. Like, just a little bit every day. And so long as I break the cycle once in a while, so long as I smoke weed or do something, there's some kind of pain relief, then it's like, and then it slowly builds back up. And actually what I should be doing right now instead of live streaming is, you know, getting baked 420, bro. But I haven't as of yet, because I'm an idiot, and I'd rather keep the thing plugged into the wall, apparently. But that's like how I relate to the fibromyalgia end of the chronic fatigue syndrome. It's a pain that I don't really feel, that I don't really know is there until I start seeing my own behavior getting fucked up. You know, being very emotional, being, you know, break one direction or the other, and I'll just start, like, laughing really hard at something that wasn't funny, or angry at something that isn't really a big deal, like really angry. I mean, I'm an angry guy in the first place. Shut the fuck up! You don't know me! But, you know, I know, you know, I have a sense of what my norms are, and when I start to deviate from those norms significantly, it's, you know, a change in behavior that is indicative of the constant pain that I'm in backing up on me, and I need to get a release, by which I mean, dude, where's your car? That kind of thing. Rest in peace, Mr. Wabbit. Flappy. So that's kind of what's going on right now, is I feel like I'm at the tip of my backup point, you know? And I should just be smoking the ganja right now, but instead, we're gonna do some programming, because it's what I've been doing lately, and also because I actually have a compiled version of the program that doesn't work very well, but I have a compiled version of the program, and that was a bit of a thing in and of itself. Several hours figuring out what I needed to do in order to actually acquire in order to make a compiled version that I could distribute to others as an executable, and I have now. So show open in, no, not in terminal. What am I doing? Show in Explorer. Any of these files. Any of them. Where's the button? Show in Explorer, show in Explorer, show in Explorer. There we go. Under distribution. Boom. There it is, people. Split RP version 0.0.01. I distributed this too, Noah. Did you fix the bugs I found? No, I haven't actually coded in it, in the past, like, day or two. The last couple of times I've sat down to code, I've, you know, coded, and then, like, I get up from the chair and I feel my forehead, and it's like I've got a fever. And I just felt like I needed to get away from it for a little while, so I did, and I watched a lot of fucking Amazon Prime Video. You know, I want to say I Netflixed, just because it's become a verb where it doesn't have to relate to Netflix anymore. You know, if you sit down and watch Hulu or Amazon or anything, just had a little Netflix, just a little Netflixing. But no, I just watched it, so I took some days off of existing, and I still don't feel right or well, and feel as though I may be ill, but I also have gotten bored with the whole watching video Amazon house, you know, like, it's good. I could sit there and watch a lot more of it, but I need to do something, so we're gonna do this. But I did manage to get an executable squeezed out, and the executable is now built in such a way that it pulls from 2 config files. The last time that you saw me on this live stream, I was programming the system whereby I could actually use config files and draw them in to this program using Python's config parser object that is a default thing. So using the config parser object, I of course had to write a million little pieces of code in order to make it turn the data that's going to be in the file back into the kind of data that my program was built to expect, in order to take strings. Because in a config parser, I've got one of these open, right? Yeah. So this is like my cluster truck patterns file. And in a config parser program, or in a config file for config parser, everything to the right of the first symbol that is a, you know, equal sign or a colon, unless you change the settings, which you can do, but wherever you decide to tell config parser to split, you know, values on, everything from here to here is the value, and all of it is wrapped in a string. So, like, this system would have me from the C in cluster truck all the way down there, including that inline comment, would be a string. It does not, config parser does not respect the idea of inline comments. I believe because they wanted to make sure that you could use any kind of character in the value. It respects the idea of comments on their own line like this, and it won't read from those. But these comments, it's going to think that cluster truck hashtag must match window title if game case sensitive is locked to game is active, or whatever the hell that says. It will think that that's all the value. So first thing that I needed to do was write a function that would come through and take off my inline comments, because I really wanted inline comments in line. Because it's easier to explain what's going on in this file to an unfamiliar person who's opening the file up if you can format it like this instead of having to put everything on new lines. So back over to the config handler, and the first algorithm that I wrote is remove inline comments. And I wrote it a little bit differently originally, and then I upgraded it with, well, I just rewrote it with, what do they call it, list comprehension, Python, very specific Python kind of method for basically writing a whole for loop in a single line, and also making it so that you could change what the delimiter is, because I submitted this on a question on where do people go for stackexchange.com. I submitted this as an answer to, you know, does config parser handle inline comments, or why doesn't it? And somebody else said, it's in the documentation that it doesn't, and here are the reasons, and so forth, and he left it at that, and so I came in and said, and here's how to fix it. So here's a little one-line function, well, two-line function. Did you fix the bugs I found? Asked Noah. I haven't touched it. I do have a list of bugs now. I didn't just distribute it to you, Noah. I also distributed it to AJ, speedrunner in the any percent category, also running no utility, but a speedrunner for cluster truck, who had been working on a auto splitter to replace the current one, and then when it didn't work out because memory values shift around for cluster truck, I started working on this one. So I knew he had some experience in this kind of stuff, and just someone I wouldn't have to hold their hand and explain everything to. So I'm not circulating it to just everybody right now. It's been out to just 2 people. And AJ tested it, and it worked pretty damn good. Gave me some good feedback on things that I hadn't thought about. But also the patterns are still not perfect, even for 1080p. Noah's system, he's running 1440p, right? So it has to like scale up the image, and I didn't really expect those patterns to be incredibly trustworthy, and they weren't. But the 1080p pattern was working perfectly on my system. I ran several full game runs, you know, live with resets, you know, while I was just getting in. Like I basically 30-minute sessions, 2 or 3 30-minute sessions playing the game, along with all of the recordings that I've shoved through this thing, and it worked absolutely flawlessly, didn't screw up at all. As soon as I hand it to AJ, he's like, I'm getting a false negative like once every 70 levels or so. So the pattern is still not perfect. You already read that 5 minutes ago, says Noah. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. But it managed, you know, it got me, opened an opportunity for me to mention that I got AJ to test it, and it's working now. It's just that the pattern isn't, you know, perfect. So yeah, what's happened with the config parser, which is what, you know, made it so that I was able to distribute it, was writing this part, is, number one, because of the way that I'm packing the way that the code gets packed into an executable. Basically, the application is freezing a copy of Python's engine into the executable along with your code, and then shoving it, so it unpacks it at runtime and then shoves it through Python so that you can have a single executable, is how I understand it. And because of that, I had to have this little function. It took me a minute to figure that out, where if I'm calling another file in from outside, I'm just using this in order to like get the file name the way that it should be for that unpacked Python I don't understand, but this made it work, so fuck it. Pattern to dict is when I'm loading in a pattern file, or a pattern from the file over here, specifically this area of information, where we've got area represented by 3 values, edges represented by as many values as is going to be in a long string, comma delimited, shade, and all these things. all these values get taken in by config handler and made into what the code expects them to be, because the config file was made after the code was written, so I have to like translate it into, I need this in an array, I need this in a list, I need this in a dictionary, so that does that. Repack screen handles the screenshot areas here. There's only 2 of them, but you can see that they're top : 228, comma, left : 198. That needs to be made into a dictionary, and it comes in as a string. And I don't know any better way, because this is my first time doing this, than to split the value on all the commas so that you end up with an array that is 1, 2, 3, 4 long, and then split those cells of the array, those keys and values in the array, on the colon, and then turn that into a dictionary. So how am I doing that, by the way, over here? Dicto is equal to a dictionary. Array is equal to screen.replace. So first I strip off any white space from the value that exists in there, and then array, split it on the colons first? Really? Oh, no, okay, so I do the replacement of, first I take out all the white space, and then I split it on the comma in the same stroke. So that's all handled, and then I go back through everything that's in the array, and I split it on the colons. So now you've got 0 and 1, and then in order to load it into the dictionary, I set the dicto of the array n0 equal to the int of array n1. It's just splitting out the keys and values to where they need to be in the dicto, in the dictionary. JSON parse will turn text into array, object, etc. Well, I've gone down this road with the built-in config parser, and I know they've got JSON too for Python, but this was the road that I went down because it was the road I went down. It was the first thing that looked like it made any sense for me. So maybe in future I can, rip all this out and make it work again, but it all works now. Print loading defaults values. This is just, what is this? This is then, like, these are the functions, and this is everything that needs to be called in order to get all the data in, because there's a lot more data than just the patterns in there. The patterns, well, there's not a lot more data. All the patterns from here down, everything is a pattern. But above here, I do need to take in, like, the list of levels for standby, pre-run, and runtime. I need to take the screenshot area as well. That's already been handled, but I need to separate auto-click into, what it is, original scale into a 2-value list or array. Game title needs to be, well, nothing needs to be done with that because it comes in as a string, and it is a string. JSON parse is a whole separate thing, literally takes the text, like that array, and turns it into whatever it corresponds to. Cool. So settings also needed to be drawn in from the settings file. So basically the config handler just does all of those things with very fine and granular control over it, because again, there are things going on here that aren't as simple, and I think it's about to change too because I've got ideas for it, but aren't as simple as just turning it into what it looks like or splitting it. Just because of the way that it's been written, it could totally be rewritten to make more sense for this. But for example, the shade and the planes. So shade and planes. Shade is the color of the planes. So the planes are the spaces. First we do edge detection where we're looking for the edges. So it's got to be, you got to have a black pixel and a white pixel in a certain area in order to determine, oh, well, there's an edge there. Planes is looking for uniformity. So it wants to see either exclusively a 255 across the entire plane or exclusively a 0 to represent black across the entire plane. The way that this is represented in the engine that I've written is as an array that's like 255 is the first value, and then every value after that is a tuple of the pixel to start on, followed by the width of the plane. So there's 2 different kinds of values there. This gets loaded in as position 0, and then everything after that gets loaded in as a pattern, and that may be changing because I've got ideas. We're still having issues with edge detection, plane detection, and I will end up just writing better patterns for the level complete because there's no avoiding that. But it also did get me to think about, like, instead of just fighting the pattern system or writing, newer patterns and trying to find one that works better. Is there a way to fundamentally make better the system as you have written it? And I came up with a couple of ideas. Looked it up for you. Import JSON and then JSON.loads array text here. Cool. It's already done, so I'm not gonna... But I'll keep it in mind for next time. Edge detection. So for the edge detections, from left or right, I came up with the idea because here's the thing. When we're trying to, like, verify these level complete screens... Ooh, I've got a perfect, like, mishmash up here. So we've got the level complete screen, we've got the end game screen of cluster truck, and we've got the pause screen. Those are the three screens that we need to be testing for at runtime. And right now, what we test for is we take a screenshot of this area. You see where the this outline is there. We take a screenshot of that area, and then from up here, we can, split out and go, okay, so there's the first pixel in the pattern. 7 pixels from there should be another, edge. So many pixels from there should be this edge, should be this edge. And then we also do between, like, this place and this place should all not be an edge. It should all be one solid color, and we can tell it, or one solid shade, and we can tell it what the solid shade should be. But this pattern that I've got right now is just not translating to other people's computers well. Works brilliantly on mine. I presume if I ran it enough on mine, I'd see the same problems that AJ was having. But, it hasn't been happening for me, so I haven't been able to test it. So the idea is, well, what if I, came in and took my screenshot from a completely different place? What if I took it from, like, this side of the screen instead? And if I were to try and take it from this side of the screen instead, now I've got a problem, because the way that this thing runs currently is that it starts from wherever I tell it to start from, and then it looks, over here, I say that we're doing it like that. It starts from, like, out here, and then it looks for the first black pixel that it finds and goes, boost, okay, that's where I'm going to start my measurements from. So we found the first black pixel, and now I'll start testing. Is there another edge here and here and here? And that's cool, that's fine, that works just dandy. But if I were to try and do it from the right side of the screen instead of the left side of the screen, then then I would have to do that backwards. Same process, but I'd have to do it backwards. Now, I could do, like, a resplit of the array, actually, as I'm thinking about that. I could basically make a copy of the array that is reversed. I mean, Python has a code that's just reversed, and you wrap anything in it, and it will reverse it for you. So I could just do that and not have to do anything special. But I would have to indicate that somehow in our pattern file, because our pattern file is going to look, somewhat like this, one way or the other. So my thought is, what if I added to my engine the ability to go, instead of from left to right, also you could go from right to left, and that would be defined by virtue of whether the edges go up in value or go down in value. So it would have a look at value 0 and value 1, and say if value 1 is greater than value 0, then we're going left to right. If value 1 is less than value 0, then we're going right to left, and reverse the, the pattern. The patterns is the thought for the various, like, methods of detection. So that's one thing that could be done in order to improve this, is the ability to, force it to do right to left detection instead of left to right when you want to test something that's on this side of the screen as opposed to that side of the screen. And my thought for why I want, why I might want these systems is because look at all these juicy detection points that exist over here on the word complete. Whereas over on level, I've got, like, the bar and the L, the bar and the E. I skip the V. I do have 1 point for the V, but because the V goes up and down, it's a dangerous point to try and measure, so I only measure 1 point of it. And so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 detection points, and then I'm actually doubling them in order to try and make it less prone to give false positives, so that I'm testing the front edge and the back edge of each of the letters to see where there should be an edge. for them. But meanwhile, over here on the complete side of things, if I were to grab, this chunk that I've highlighted right here and not even go, any further in, which I would have to, I could test for down here for the pause screen. That's possible. If I were to just take this area, I don't know if I could, and I searched from right to left, then I could find this edge and then start my test. So it would be 1 test, 2 test, 3 test, 4 test, 5 test, 6 test. I would probably ignore the diagonals again because these screens shake and move and whatnot, and you just can't rely on where that diagonal is going to appear. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is how many, edge tests that I would have available to me. And also, I would have, theoretically, I could do detection of the white space in here, but I shouldn't because of how much these slide up and down, so I wouldn't. But I could do white space detection between these two. So there's 1 plane, 2 planes, 3 planes, 4 planes, big, long planes. Long planes are good for this. 5 planes, and that would be it. So I'd have 5 planes and however many edges that I said before, 6 or 7, I presume. So it would be, more testing points, which would reduce the number of false positives. Although false positives haven't been the problem, false negatives have been the problem. False negatives are when you hit the level complete screen, and for a single frame, it doesn't see the level complete screen. It takes a screenshot of it, but it runs its detection, and it fails the detection and goes, oh, I guess we're not on the level complete screen. And so it fires an extra split because it dropped the level complete screen, thinks that you went back into the level, and then on the next frame, its detection works because the screen is shaking, and so it catches it, again, and then it goes, oh, we hit the end again, and it fires another split. So you end up with those false negatives where you get double splits, and the split is 0.01 seconds long. So that's really the problem. False positives are just something that I'm trying to avoid by just being smart ahead of time and not having to run into them and go, shit, false positive. But from this place, from this measurement point, I could test for the existence of the end game credits roll right here, where I could test for the K and the C and the U, and all of these could be tested because this is on a very set pattern. When it comes in, it pops up, and it's always pretty much this, as long as the screen is in the same position, as long as the pixels are aligned the way that they're supposed to be. This is always in the same position. It doesn't do the shaking thing that the level complete does, so I can have faith in that. Also, the pause menu doesn't do the shaking thing, so I can have some level of faith in that as well. And were I to take this area, I could use level right here, a little bit up like that. I could use the level text, so I could find this edge, and if I'm that close, I might as well extend out to there and use that edge as well, and then the white spaces in order to determine that we're on the pause menu. This would require rewriting all of the patterns, but it looks like that's what's going to take, so that's what it's going to take. So, yeah, in terms of improvements to the system that could be made, the ability to search instead of just from left to right, but to search from right to left. Origin edge. This is a brilliant idea if I can get it to work. So, because the text of the level complete screen not only jiggles and shakes and they move it up and down and left and right, but they also scale it. They also make it bigger and smaller as they're shaking it in order to create the whole effect of it shaking. Because it's doing that, the worst thing for taking these measurements is what I'm already doing over on the level screen right now. I'll just show you how it would work if I did it on the complete screen. We would search from somewhere out here looking for the first black pixel. We'd find the first black pixel there, and then we'd start doing our pixel calculations saying, okay, this space, this pixel right here, there should be an edge somewhere around here, and we'd look for it there. Here's what happens because of the scaling. From here to here is almost always the same within like 1 or 2 pixels. No matter if you scale it up or scale it down, it's basically the same because you scale up the whole thing. We're starting our search from right here, so this is always going to be, you know, if you scale it up by a lot of percent, it's going to be very close to where it was when it started. But as you move away from this point's going to be maybe 3 or 4 pixels larger than where it was in the detection that as written. And then this one's going to be 5 or 6 pixels. And then out here, now we're starting, it starts to be an exponential growth where the further away from the origin point that you start, because you've centered all your calculations on here, and you're basically enlarging just in one direction. So then all of the points out here are similar, less, extremely dissimilar. It gets worse and worse and worse the further you get away from the origin point. So my thought was, could I establish an origin point for these patterns where, sure, we start detection from here so that we can locate where, you know, things begin-ish. Because we got to do that someplace. We have to get ourselves like a point of reference of where where we expect all of these edges and planes to be before we can actually, you know, start doing the measurements and testing against them. So sure, we'll start from out here in no man's land and come in and we'll find the first black pixel and go, okay, there's our first point of reference. But then, if we had an origin point that was, say, out here, and we then reset the origin point to be out here in the middle of the testing area, and that origin point was in a place where we expected there to be an edge, and where it's not so far away from the original origin point that we're going to miss it. If we look at the way that I'm doing this right now with the level complete, I have the origin point is here, and then we do the test, we do a test out here, then we do a test here and a test here. And the one in the middle has been very constant in finding this V. So if I could just switch that to be our origin point, and then measure from like to the left of that point and to the right of that point, so have negative values and positive values from that point, that would mean that now instead of scaling everything from one edge so that as we blow it up it gets further and further out and the front edge, you know, stays the same, instead of it doing that and coming way out, we'd be scaling from the middle, which means that the distortion would be minimized on both ends of things. So you'd have an equal amount of distortion on the left and the right instead of no distortion on the right and then all the distortion on the left, all of the scaling effect on the left. So that's my concept for origin points in order to minimize the impact of the fact that this text not only shakes, but it also scales up and down, and then I can have tighter patterns that that don't have to have huge areas of soften areas where I'm taking like a 16 pixel wide area and saying, is there an edge anywhere in these 16 pixels? Which is what happens when I set the soften on these values in my config file to 8. It looks for 8 pixels to the right and to the left of the pattern that of the pixel that you've defined in the pattern file. So instead of having 18 or 19 rather, because the pixel in the middle counts, you know, different positions there, I can have much tighter patterns because I don't have to make all of my detections scale from this one point and have to work way out here where it's really distorted. So that's another idea in order to make the actual engine itself better. Also for edge detection, the idea of andable detections is what I'm calling them. So right now in the file here, basically anything that's under the runtime set of tests, which includes level complete 1, 2, 3, credits, runtime, pause. Oh, shit. Hang on. I maybe just realized something. So get me this file and actually just open it up into Notepad+. Yep, I'm a fucking idiot. So, in the file that I distributed to people yesterday, I had made these corrections, level complete 1, 2, 3, 4. I had come up with 4 patterns in order to test the patterns, in order to cover for all the possible scenarios, because I'd found some new scenarios that weren't being covered. What I forgot to do was to load those new patterns into the list of tests to run. So even though I had those new patterns in the file, it was still only doing the first 2 tests and not the last 2 tests, which would be why we were getting as many false negatives on AJ's system as we were, and possibly on Noah's as well, although I think Noah's going to have more problems just because he's loading up to 1440p. Anyway, so now that's a thing. That's, in fact, level complete 1, level complete 2. Let's correct that in this file, at least. Level complete 3, level complete 4. It might even be a bad system that doesn't work very well that I've just put in there, and I just, I was testing it, and I wasn't testing it because I forgot to add those values to that point. Derpity derp. So what was I talking about here? You were talking about andable patterns, right. So another idea for making the engine better is right now, each of these patterns that's defined down here and that's listed to run at the runtime or at the pre-runtime or at the standby time, they're basically all OR statements. So at runtime, it will be looking for level complete 1 or level complete 2 or credits or runtime pause. And if it sees any of those screens, then it will perform the action associated with those screens in the text, which is right down here, action equals, and then it's the signal that gets sent off to LiveSplit. So it will do those things. But those are all ORs. If you find level complete 1, then do level complete 1's action. If you do level complete 2, do level complete 2's action. It's all OR. Find this one or that one or that one or that one. And my idea was, what about andable statements? What about andable patterns? Patterns that where I could say, okay, I need you to do a pattern from this section of the screen, and I need you to get a pattern from this section of the screen. And if you get both of those patterns, then we've got ourselves a match, and do the action that's associated with this andable set of actions. These 2 actions, once you match both of them, then we've got a match. And that would allow me to do, without having to completely reinvent the way the code is, the way the engine is written, that would allow me to have it take, extra slivers of screen space from the same screenshot, but, you could look up here for something, then you could look down here for something, and if you got that and you got that, then okay, got it, we're on the right screen. So that was another improvement that could be there. Instead of it all being ORs, find this or that or that or that or that, what about having patterns where you could tie 2 patterns together and say you got to find both of them before you do a thing? And then the last idea I had for edge detections was, and I just kind of had this one, and it's probably made moot by the origin edge concept, by the idea that I was talking about where you start here, but then you relocate your origin edge to somewhere in the middle so that the scales are different. The scales are less extreme on one side. The idea was locate first anti-pixel after the first pixel, and I wrote it with a question mark. And that idea would be, if we're starting out here looking for the first pixel that we find, then we would find that first pixel, and then we would find the next, the first pixel where it's not that. Was the idea. And then we'd start all the calculations from there. And I don't think that that's a good idea. Like, I wrote it down because I was like, maybe. But I don't think that makes any sense, because it's just like, it's sort of building the first edge detection into the engine instead of building it into the patterns file. So, to here, and then do that. Like, what we're doing right now is we're starting here, we search for the first, black edge that we find. Well, the first edge at all. We find the first black pixel, in fact, is how it works. It's not looking for edges, it's looking for black pixels, which is something that I need to make better. But for now, it finds that first black pixel, and then we do edge detections from there. It's just like a, how to how to normalize what you expect to see. First find this, and then once you find this, start doing these calculations to try and figure out what you're looking at. If I were to build it into where we don't look for, like we find this one, and then we also find this one, that's just doing what I'm already doing, except now I've built it in a less something way, in a less pliable, you know, in a way that you can't get access to when you're changing my split files. So yeah, I think that's a bad idea. But in place of that bad idea, a good idea would be, if it's not already in there, I'll have to check how we're doing this, or just change how we're doing this a little bit, is the idea of being able to search for start here and then search for the first white pixel instead of the first black pixel. And you know what? That is how it's got to be working that way. Yeah, it's already working that way. If we look at the files, you see that my shade is 255, and whatever the shade is set to, that's going to be controlling the screen monitoring, and that'll be under match pattern. So for start x in range 0 limit, if image 0 start x equals solid 0 minus 255, start at first pixel with opposite shade in row. Yeah. So I'm already doing that. I'm already starting at wherever it is I'm starting and then looking from left to right at this point, and I want to be able to do it right to left as well. I'm looking for left to right. Oh, I found the first opposite shade of the planes, which defines what the text or what the edges are going to be that we're looking for. So it's already being done. I might want to... Okay, so actually, which brings us on to, now we've talked about the possible, you know, improvements to the edge detection system that I have. So let's now talk about the possible improvements I fathomed for the plane detection that I have, and that's one. There's one possible improvement, and that's the idea that the planes should be definable in their own tuple for what shade they should be. And a tuple is just like a grouping of you know, variables. It's a nest of numbers in kind of an array or a list format. Pawn, what the F are you wearing? You know, just the chronic fatigue gear. So what? Hi, RMAJ. How much weed? None yet, and I really should be doing it. At the beginning of the live stream, we actually talked about that. I probably need to smoke a bowl soon because the pain's backing up on me, I think, based on my behavior. But so for the plane detection, when we look in the pattern file here, where I am defining planes, at this point, all I'm saying is like what pixel we intend the plane to start on, and how many pixels we expect to be the same color after that, or the same shade after that. And what I would like to do is set this up so that it's more like this. 255, so this is the shade that this plane should be, and then 0, this is the shade that this plane should be. And that is not like, I don't think that that feature is going to be useful for me in writing this, you know, pattern and distributing it for cluster truck, but it just seems to me that it should be there. And if it's going to be done like that, then I also need to do something about the edges here, where instead of defining a master shade, as I'm doing, I would be defining at the beginning of this file what is the first, like, what is the color, what is the shade that you should be looking to find. So if you're on a white screen like we are on level complete, then the first pixel that you should be looking to find would be 0. That would be the first shade. You know, you find any pixel from the beginning to as far as you're going to test, which is defined by max, and you want to match it to this value. So that's my idea for making, those are my ideas for making the engine better, so that it's more, you know, usable for a variety of different scenarios. Now, that said, of all of my ideas for making it more useful, the only one that's really going to be particularly helpful right here is being able to detect not only from left to right, but also from right to left, because I think we should come up with patterns that go from right to left from out here as opposed to from left to right from out there. It just seems to be the thing to do. That said, I realized while we were talking about this that I haven't actually tested the 2 new patterns that I had put into the file because I never enabled them. So this may already be working perfectly, and I just didn't because I'm dumb. I didn't, and it didn't, and the other thing. Is that like bondage gear? No, it's just, it's sunglasses to keep the bright light that you guys need in order to be able to see me on the webcam out of my eyes, and a hat to cover the lush head of thick black Asian hair that I was born with. Really weird genetics. I don't know. Like, I think my mom's lying about who my dad is, or my dad's lying about who my mom is. I don't know. Somebody isn't who they're supposed to be. I believe the truth is out there, Fox. Talking about Mulder, baby. Sexy Scully. Sexy Mulder, too, I suppose. I mean, kind of skinny. Yeah. But, you know, still sexy in his own way. Mysterious, right? Thick. Says, AJ. I can't see. It's dark blue on black on my screen, and the sunglasses. Cheap sunglasses. So those are the improvements to the engine I came up with. You know, just in thinking, how could I make this better? In addition to those improvements to the engine, we have updated our to-do list, based on feedback from fellas like AJ and Noah Kra and no one else, because I didn't let anybody else play with it. So I've got legitimate bugs, first off, and I've got a list of to-dos that have come in from just one day's worth, just a couple of hours worth of circulating this to 2 different people. So apparently, you know, first and foremost thing is I gotta get the patterns working better. And AJ, since you're here, like, if you want to test, again, right now, and find out whether or not everything fucking works and I'm just an idiot, if you go into clustertruck.config file, I added the file that I sent you to copy paste over. I added level complete 1, 2. I added level complete 3 and 4 to that file. And then I forgot to put it in the runtime list here. So if you literally go in there and copy that and paste, you know, and then change this to level complete 3 and level complete 4, I don't know because I haven't tested it because I thought I was testing it, but I forgot to put it in. It's entirely possible that, like, the patterns I already have are perfect and would just work. That said, it might increase CPU usage. Like, I went through a whole round of testing, and because I forgot to bump it up into the runtime tests, it just didn't. It wasn't in the testing, as I'm a git. So that's a thing. Let me go see, says AJ. Yeah, let me know, because, so better cluster truck patterns, and I think that still should be done. As many problems as I've had with these patterns, I shouldn't need to have 4 fucking patterns, man. You know, it's a bunch. I should be able to do this with 2 patterns at the most. Like, I can't do it with 1 for reasons that I could explain, but I don't want to. But I could do it with 2. So, like, wait, what are we doing? We're still working on the auto splitter here, but I've actually created an executable, and I sent it out to AJ and Noah to test, and they tested and sent back some bugs and some issues and some requests. And those requests included error trapping for file loading. Well, that would be more like bugs, but yeah, so when we're loading up the 2 files that the program needs, as of right now, there's no error trapping, so I need to do something about, like, if we were unable to load the files, then what? As opposed to, if we're unable to load the files, just burn the place down and throw an error and crash. And I don't really need to, because, you know, if you broke the files, then it's your own damned fault. But I'll put something like that in. Screenshot stuff of detected false frames. So this is the best idea that I have right now, just in the world. And that is, it's not difficult for me to write in a little bit of code here that will detect when we throw a false negative or even a false positive. If the pattern tests failed to make a match, like, if they made a match, so they're on the level complete screen, so they made a match, I'm on the level complete screen, and then the next frame, they're not on the level complete screen. They go, oh, no, I'm not there anymore because I didn't make the match. And then the next frame after that, they go, oh, I'm back on the level complete screen. That's very easily, easily tested an error. Like, you dropped a single frame there. That's all that happened. you didn't actually leave the level complete screen. So because I can test for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to build in a system whereby if it drops that frame and does that and has a detection state that flips, you know, within a time limit of less than 1/100th of a second, which is how this thing tends to work, then I will save a copy of that screenshot to a directory. I'll save a copy of what it was looking at to a directory under the executable, so that, you know, I and the other people who are helping me, you know, bug test this thing will have just a convenient, like, repository of the things that broke without having to, like, have recordings and then go back through them frame by frame and find the thing, and like I've been doing stupidly. So that is probably like that's the first thing that I should really integrate. So I'll move that up on the list. Unsplit unknown false splits. So that's the same idea, is that since we can detect false splits, we know that if you flipped the state of, oh, I found the screen and then I didn't find the screen, that's just because you missed a single frame, you know? You failed to detect something. So I can detect that, and I can send a signal to LiveSplit to unsplit the split that didn't work, or the split that it shouldn't have split it there. So the question is whether I should or not, and I still am on the side of I shouldn't, because it's duct tape on an elegant solution. RMAJ says, had a rough night last night, went to a club, it was dead, and my phone died there and stranded me there for a while. Shit. Sorry. I had a rough late night last night, too. The couch was there, and I was on it. I did have, it's been bad chronic fatigue days for a while now, but, so, unsplit on known false positives, I'm against it in principle, because right now, this program is so close to being just frame perfect, and the only thing that really lacks for it to be frame perfect is having a really good pattern file. If you don't have the really good pattern file, then it's going to drop frames. But if the pattern is a good pattern and it gets the tests right, and like there's so many ways to fix that, where I don't have to put this big duct tape bodge on it where it's like, if you do a split that you shouldn't do, then unsplit it. And one of the reasons is, one, I don't want duct tape on my code, just theoretically, you know, except in places where it makes sense to. Not on this basic feature. But the other thing is that it's going to encourage people, if people start writing their own patterns for this program for other games, not Cluster Truck, because that's entirely doable. And I would like to see this program used by many speedrunners of different games, because it's going to give you all of the information you could possibly want from a run, and it's also going to make the measurements of a run more fair to you and other runners. If it's used appropriately. But if someone else starts building patterns for this, and I've got a thing in there that unsplits a split when it goes wrong, then it's more likely that you will write a pattern that actually isn't that good, and that does fire a lot of false positives and false negatives, but you'll never be aware of it really, because every time it makes the split, it unsplits the split, and it would happen within a matter of like 2 or 3 frames out of, you know, however many frames your CPU and your monitor, out of how many frames, you know, the program is running at, which is 60. So it's 1/20th of a second, and you'll probably just never even see it. Or if you see it, you'll go, that's weird, but I don't know how this thing works, whatever. So I don't like it on that end of things, that encourages people to do a shittier job when they go to write new patterns. The other end of it, where it does become somewhat of an issue, is what I've notated here, that it's bad for game time. So game time is different than real time. Real time is measured by the system by LiveSplit. When you start the split, you know, start the run, and then you hit your splits, it doesn't impact your time at all. You know, split, 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 end. And so all of the time between the start and the end is recorded. So there's no messing with that, no matter how many splits you do. But on game time, this system is pausing the timer, the game time timer that's running, whenever you're on a screen that it detects to be a screen, you know, like the pause menu or the level complete menu. When it sees that screen, it pauses time until you exit that screen so that it's not counting time against you where you weren't actually playing the game. And that's a key feature of, you know, this game timing. So that being the case, if, let's say, you got a pattern that throws false positives, which is you're in the middle of a level, and because the pattern leaves room for confusion, it gets detected on a screen because it's like, you know, just everything happens to line up and it detects it in the middle of the level. You get a false positive. What will happen in this sequence of events is, okay, I found the level complete screen, even though it didn't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to split the game. I'm also going to pause the timer, and then I'm going to go on to the next frame. Now I'm going to be waiting for the state of exiting that pause screen, or that level complete screen. And then the next frame comes along, and because it's a false positive and you weren't actually on the level complete screen, the code will then go, I'm leaving the level complete screen now, so I'm going to, what am I going to do? I'm going to unpause the game time. Okay, so I paused game time for a millisecond. Then, if I have a test in there to see how, if I build a test in there like I'm planning to do, but not for unmaking these splits, if I have a test in there that then goes, wait a second, how many frames were you on the level complete screen? Because you need to be on it more than like 3 or else you just made an error. And then I go, okay, you weren't on it for more than 3 frames, you're only on it for 1 frame, well, that was an error, so unsplit. So now I fire the unsplit thing, it unsplits it from live split. But what doesn't happen is that the game time, where for a single frame it was paused, I can't put that time back. And the thing is, I can put that time back. I am able to put that time back theoretically, but if I do, then I've invalidated live split as a timer. And now I'm using my own timer. I'm telling live split what time it is specifically, like what you should set the time to, and live split isn't keeping the time anymore. And I don't want that. If I wasn't taking this thing as seriously as I am, you'd end up with a shitty splitter that really wouldn't be accurate and wouldn't be, anything that speedrunners should actually use. But I'm taking it seriously because it needs to be fucking accurate. This is serious for the people who take it seriously, and I'm one of them. So, like, having a single frame where it got paused in the middle of a level, or on the level complete screen, let's say you got a false negative. So it's on a level complete screen, but it doesn't match the pattern, and it sees, oh, I dropped back into the level, and the next frame it goes, oh, no, I didn't. And then on the next frame it does that measurement and goes, oh, well, that was clearly an error, I'll unsplit it. You've just added time where you were supposed to be paused because you unpaused it for a frame, and then I undid the unpausing, and it's just 1/60th of a second. Yeah, but if, it happens multiple times over the course of a run, and if this system does what it could do, if I integrated that, which is encourage people to write patterns that don't actually work, but they don't realize that they don't work that well because they've got this sort of duct tape buffer system on them, then you could end up with, systems where in the course of a full speed run, maybe you're seeing 50, 60, 100 false positives if you wrote a bad pattern, and it's just correcting it, invisibly correcting it for you, and you don't know about it. And so now you've got 100 1/60ths of a second, which is now, 1.3 or 1.7 seconds that you've just added to the run or taken away from the run, depending on where it happened in the thing. So it's like the accuracy gets lost because you're moving away from a pure system where it's just, whatever you see, do this. So I don't want to integrate a feature where I actually unsplit things on false splits. I want this program to be such that when you write a pattern, you need to write the pattern so that it does not give false splits, because it will not give a shit about, even if it can detect, well, that was clearly a false split, it's not going to do anything about it. Because it shouldn't. If it does, it will undermine the accuracy of, the timer, and it will undermine the program itself and its accuracy. For some reason, it likes to split when I click next level on 110. Like, I can wait on the level complete screen, then click the next level button, and it will split. This is a common false positive I get when transitioning from 110 to 2-1. When you click the next level button. Okay. Then I'll bet anything that that's a false... Yeah, that's a false positive. That's like the beginning of 210. The actual image that gets loaded in is probably similar to one of the 4 friggin' patterns that it's running. And so it sees that and thinks, oh, I'm back on the level complete screen. So it drops out of the level complete screen, and then there's that blur effect, and then as the blur settles in, it sees a screen that just happens to look to it, once it's turned it black and white and everything, like the level complete screen, and it goes, oh, level complete screen, and then throws another split, and then the next frame it goes, oh, not a level complete screen. So that's probably a proper false positive, which is a problem with adding 4 friggin' detections to the system, and I knew that, and that's why I tested it, and then I found out today that I wasn't testing it, because I didn't add it to the other place in the config file where it needed to be. So thank you, AJ. No need to continue testing those patterns, because they will be disregarded. But thank you for looking into that for me. Lord knows I could use some people to lift some of the weight. So also on the to-do list is splits by world. This was AJ's request, and I realize a lot of people actually run this way, build their splits files just by world in Cluster Truck. So here's my, it's not live split. You're supposed to be there. Why you not there, brah? Brah, why you not there, brah? Lives. Oh, there you are. You're just down here for some reason. I'm sorry. Why are you down here? You're supposed to be somewhere up there-ish. So somewhere around there. So I have built my splits file such that it does both. It's counting by levels, and it's counting by you know, the larger segments. But a lot of people have built their segments so that it's just the segments. So they're just counting for World 1, they're just counting for World 2. And I'm going to have to make a decision on this, whether or not to support splits by world, because it seems... It doesn't seem like it would be... It doesn't translate well to other games, is what I would think. You know? Like, if you want to split... I don't know. It just seems like a kind of a bodge to put in there, splits by world, because what I would be doing in order to do splits by world would be, I will count 10 accurate level completes, and then when we get to the 11th, then I'll actually send the split action, which is fucking weird to do based on the system, which currently, like, each one of these things has an associated action with it. So I would have to dismiss your action until there had been 10 of you in a row, and then, what? Do I pull the action from the last detection? And, you know, what about credits? Like, what about runtime pause? Because that one doesn't actually send splits. So I would have to test for... I know how I'd do it. I'd test for if in the action it included the word split, then we'd know that the action was to send a split, and we would count those splits until we got to a certain number, and then we would actually fire a splitting action. But that means that I have to kind of override this action itself or copy it. It's weird to pin in there, and like, what I'm thinking is, you know, write your splits file better. Or rather, when I distribute this program, I will also distribute splits files, because it's something that this community should have been doing for a long time. The speedrunning community for Cluster Truck is having splits files that are already made, that, you know, do good things so that people can want to run it, download live split, download a splits file, not have to make it from scratch and just start running it. And right now, the only splits files that I think we have on the Cluster Truck forums are from the alpha or something that only had so many levels in it, and it wasn't the full game. And it's weird that that just hasn't been done. So that I think that should be done. And the deal is, like, if you want to just do this by splits, like, you can edit this layout. Once you've got a split like this, I can go to my subsplits, which is what these are, and I can say, where is it in here? Always hide subsplits, and it will always hide the subsplits. So it will just show you World 1 Desert, and I can get rid of the duplication of World 1 Desert at the top too if I change settings around. It'll show you just those things, but in the background, you will be getting data about each of the individual levels, and I won't have to put a really big chunk of duct tape on this splitter that would kind of just be for Cluster Truck. I mean, it might be useful in other games, but again, like, write your splits file better, you know? It would be my solution. Don't like, ask me to create a system that throws away data. Just catch that data. And if you don't care about that data, catch it and pack it off in somewhere where you don't give a shit about it. That is, like, my preferred position on the idea of split by world, but I know that a lot of people do split by world right now, and if I don't, like, support it, then maybe this splitter doesn't get picked up. You know, maybe people don't like it. So, because, I gotta make a new splits file, and I'm like, yeah, and I got one right here for you. Well, I don't want your split file. What about my data that I've been accumulating for all this time? It's like, yeah, those are very reasonable, like, things that you want to carry your data over, and, so I've got it there because I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't want to write in this, you know, count to 10 and then do something system, but I may do it, like, maybe I can integrate it in the config file itself, which is, again, a weird fucking implementation as I think about it. But I'm going to consider, you know, I'm going to continue considering it and see what I can do for it. Make a general one for any game and another one based on your general one that is specifically for Cluster Truck. It doesn't need to be. Just make a different split file. You know, that's what I could say to anybody who said that. Like, well, you're saying to me, just code an extra version of your program and release an extra executable. And I'm saying, get a better splits file. Download a different split file. And of course, like, one of those is less ridiculous than the other. Both of them have, like, there's a reason, and that's why I'm going to consider, like, I'm going to continue considering it. I'm not going to release two versions of the fucking program, one that's the Cluster Truck and one that's the other. But, you know, I'm not dismissing this as something that doesn't need to be considered. I'm just saying, like, there is a solution on the end of the user that doesn't require this system to be made bad, which is how I feel about what I would have to do to make it work the other way. It just like, I don't think that I need to go on about it, but you see how, like, simple this is, that each one of these screens has a certain action associated with it. When you hit that screen, it does that action. I could have the action be like a count thing, and I'd have to build that in specifically, but I could have the action, I've already built it in for, like, bypasses down here, or standby states, rather. Ooh, action standby in quotes. You aren't supposed to be in quotes. So I could build in, like, a, you know, increment kind of a thing, but then I'd need, like, a sub-action, because I'd need to have you incrementing, and then it's like level complete and level complete 2. There are two different patterns for doing that. So if they were incrementing individually, do they enter, you know, are we incrementing for each, you know, as a unit, or do they increment individually? It's a weird system to try and tack on when this works fucking perfectly, and is the most, like, usable for everyone, instead of asking me to code in some kind of tacked on weird thing that literally takes data, throws it away, so that you can just not have to, like, add a couple of splits to your splits file. And not be collecting more data than you could be, right? You know, basically collecting the data that you should be already. If you're seriously speedrunning, like, you should know the difference between a fast, 1-1 and a not fast 1-1, and not just the difference between whether you came out of World 1 fast or didn't come out of World 1. Like, you should know where you're losing that time just by looking at the splits file. I got a lot of arguments for why it's a bad idea. First and foremost is I don't want to code it that way, but I've got it, I'm considering it. And leave it in the list. I will continue to consider it. Do you want to make a general auto splitter or an auto splitter for cluster truck? You can't do both. Yes, I can. That's the thing, is I can. And then it's just, are some people going to decide that it's too inconvenient for them to start using a splits file that makes the slightest goddamn bit of sense? Yeah. Even more configurability from patterns file run state. I don't, at this point, I don't even know what that means. I'm just going to delete it. To do disable pausing and final splits from GUI settings, disabled enabled grouping. So this is getting to GUI ideas, and I've actually drawn an idea of the GUI. Think of it like inheritance. You have a base and you have branch off that base. Yes, sort of like this live split file that I've got above me. It's inheritance. So you have a base that is the segment. See that there? The segment, and then branches of the actual levels underneath it. And if you don't want to see that, because it's not what you're familiar with, there's a setting right in the program that you already have on your computer, subsplits, that you could just go to always hide subsplits, and then you'll just see those times. So, whatever argument you could throw at me, it's the same argument back, except for my argument doesn't require you to code an entirely different fucking thing that undermines the basic premise and makes your code specific to cluster truck, as opposed to everyone everywhere could use this, or a lot of people with a lot of games could use this. I'm considering it. You can tell that I'm very much against it. Disable pausing and final. Okay, so I've drawn an idea for a GUI, and maybe I'll show it to you later, after a live stream break, where the idea is to be able to enable and disable patterns. And this was also something from AJ saying, I don't want the pause thing to pause. I've built it such that for in-game time recording right now, it will pause when you've left the window. Real time just continues running all the time because it's real time. But for game time, it pauses the time if you pause the game, or if you exit the window and go do something else and come back, game time won't run. So he was saying, if I want to turn that off, how would I turn that off? And what I was saying was, you'd have to go into the splits file and delete over here, this thing. In fact, you just delete it from here, the list of runtime pause. You delete that, or you could delete all of this. And he's saying that's, kind of awkward for the individual user to do, and is there a better solution? And yes, there is. And the idea now is that we would go through all of the splits, because I'm making a list of all of the patterns that are listed in this file, and have them all enableable and disableable right on the main menu. So I'd create a list box that lists all of these splits, and then there would be a checkbox next to them, enable or disable, where you could very simply turn on an extra pattern or disable a pattern. So if you didn't want the game to split on the credits for some reason, then, it would load that up and you could just tick off not enabled. So there would be an extra thing here, like enabled equals true. And that value would be switched on and off by the GUI. And it's really cool that these ideas came up, because I've come up with a whole new idea for the GUI. I was going to make it this stupid little... It's just going to be a graphical premise, hey, look at this. It kind of looks like one of those, and doesn't it look like the LEDs are lighting up? And it was going to be a little, graphical project. And now I've got an actual reason to have a graphical user interface, to develop a window that does things, because we did this testing and, identified that these options would be good to have, and I realized that there were easy ways to implement them without having to bury them under settings screens if I just made the GUI all about having this level of control right on the top level. So that's where I'm heading for the idea of what to do with the splits and the GUI. The andable patterns, I talked to you about the andable patterns, the idea of doing, a pattern that isn't just a this or that or that. It would be a this pattern and that pattern equal this action. Export adjusted resolution patterns. So this would be for people who run, like Noah's got a 1440 screen. I've written these patterns for 1080. I've got an algorithm, a set of functions in there right now where if you tell it that you're running on 1440, and it knows because it's in the patterns file that these were written for 1080, then it will do the math on all of the values in order to increase them.
Do it, pawn, 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 do it, do it, pawn, do it, pawn, do it, pawn, do it, pawn, do it.
Export adjusted resolution patterns. Something. Yeah, I forgot. I've already got functions in here that convert those measurements and those pixel position and pixel values based on, okay, you're on 1440, we're coming from 1080, so we're going to scale them up by 1.33333333 and multiply all those values and then round those values off. That system sucks because of the rounding that has to go into it in order to find integer values for the pixel positions. So if it's in the middle there, and it's a little bit to the, right, but a little bit to the left, like, it makes the pattern detection that much fuzzier. And so you get a lot more, like, false signals, positives or negatives, on a system after you've taken those patterns and scaled them up through my system. But if you take those scaled up values and export them as a file, which then you can come back and edit, you've got a strong starting point for creating, you've already done it on 1080p, we're just scaling it up at the same ratio to this measurement. So if I give you the values of what 1080p is times 1.333 and I export it to a file, now you can come in with a good base to start from and start tweaking it so that it will actually work at that resolution without having to, write everything by hand or do all that math by yourself. This times 1.333333333. Now this times 1.3333, So that's something that I'm going to implement for everyone's convenience. For my own convenience when I go to make patterns for other resolutions, as well as for, people in future, hopefully, who will use this program. So you have a base and you branch off that base. The base would be your general auto splitter and the branches would be specific scenarios for each game. It just doesn't need to be. Why would I release extra executables to do functionally the same thing? I would release extra config files. And that's the idea there. And anything that I can pack into a config file makes 1,000% more sense than releasing extra friggin' executables or just different states. I'm still keeping it in mind, and I'm thinking of it as the bullshit marketing wing of this project. Some people might, literally be like, well, I use this kind of splits file, and that isn't, and so I'm not gonna, and, it's the concession that you have to make to get people to buy the shit, even though the concession that you made actually made the shit worse than the shit was, but people just want what they want, and they're your customers, so even though I don't have customers here, nobody's going to be paying me for this thing, but that's sort of my attitude toward it right now, is you might have to do this just to, appease people. We also identified several bugs, so that's the to-do list of, like, good ideas for what's to come, but we also have the bugs. Number one, window geometry should be saved for reopen in the same position, as opposed to what it is right now, which is that it is hard-coded to open on my second screen to the left, and when I give it to AJ, the thing didn't even pop up on his screens because he's got his monitors in a different setup, so it went negative, and his monitors probably go positive for the second monitor, and so he's like, where's the program? Oh, we'll hold down the start button and hold shift and tab into it, and then... So I forgot to take out the weird window geometry that I put in. But it also reminded me that what I really should do is save back to the settings file every time that the file closes where it was last open on the screen, so that the next time that it opens, it will be where you left it last. Because that's just very convenient. I love that in a program. It's something that I appreciate when it's there, and I notice when it's not, because it's annoying when you open a program and it just pops open into a random position. It's like, yeah, I've got several screens here. I put it in the place that I want it to be. Could you not, like, remember where it was? XSplit? XSplit was one of those. OBS does it, but XSplit didn't. For a long time, they finally got it in XSplit after several years, and then I eventually left anyway. Live split connection needs to be able to close. That's a bug where, because of the way that this code runs, the window is not the main stream of this process. You know, the open GUI, the application, the little box that's telling you how many splits it's gone on and the frames per second and stuff. That's not, like, that's just the visual representation of the important thing, the important thread of operations. So I did not build this code to run the window and then run the important operations within the window. I built it to run the important operations and then have a window. And the problem that arose with that was when you go to close the window, you will close the window will close, the important operation will not have shut down yet. It will after the window closes after a few frames, but in those few frames, because it's running so fast, it will try to update the window that's already closed, and every time you close the program, it'll pop up an error that something failed in program whatever just because you closed it. So in order to make that work, I had to override the close process for the window so that it doesn't actually, when you click the X to close the window, it doesn't actually close. What it does is it sets a Boolean value to true that says we should be closing now, and then the main program, the main application that's running, checks that every cycle, and if it says we should be closing now, well, then we close the window and we exit the program without continuously trying to update the window. So we just kill the program completely instead of what was going on before. The problem with that is that before the main application gets started, I have some code that reaches out to connect to LiveSplit's server. So LiveSplit, and then there's a server extension that you install. If it's not connected to LiveSplit, it will stay in that loop and try again. You come here all the time. Here's one for free.
Can you believe this? Over a year.
13 months, Tremacian. Over a year. I don't believe it. Something wrong with everyone, both of us. Absolutely. Thank you, Dramacian, for the continued subscription. Hey, by the way, Twitch just emailed me telling me that they're switching everybody over from we pay you 45 days from the end of the month of activity. So basically you wait a month and a half to get your paycheck, to a 15-day system. So that's going to be fucking awesome, especially because, like, the income for February and March, because February still hasn't come in, right? February would be from, and then yeah, so April 15th, 2 days from now, they're going to pay me for both February and March. And that's great, because I have to pay my, I have to do my federal taxes in the next 48 hours, less than 48 hours, isn't it? So, I need the money in order to pay the government what they shouldn't be getting, because I'm in such a low poverty economic bracket, but, we're just writing discounts for billionaires instead. I don't need your handout. Hey! I'm an adult.
Pi Day.
Pi Day! I like Tau Day better, but okay. Wow, Dramacian, 2,500 bits. Thank you so much. That is huge, huge for, helping me actually pay the bills around here. Thank you. I massively appreciate that. Jeez, man subscribes for over a year and then throws me 2,500 bits. It's just, you put a dot after the first two right zeros. $25. Thank you. I've got my taxes done already, says RMAJ. Yeah, good for you. I've been putting it off, putting it off. Kind of was even considering last night not filing. And I know that, like, even if you can't afford to pay your taxes, the best thing to do is to file and then not pay them, because there will be a late fee when you eventually do pay them. But they won't come after you for tax evasion, and when they do catch up to you, they won't charge you a ridiculous exorbitant amount of money because you know, hid your income from them. That's the best thing to do. If you cannot pay your taxes, the best advice is file and just don't pay them, because then you won't get hit with the "we think you're hiding your revenue" kind of penalties. That said, last night I was considering just not filing at all. I make less than $10,000 a year, and if you want any portion of that money, go fuck yourself. You know, and that's basically my professional economic position on that is, if you want 20%, which is what they want, of my less than $10,000 a year that I'm just barely supporting myself on in my house on 6 Mile in Detroit, go fuck yourself. That's my idea. And I don't know how it holds up in court. Not sure what a tax lawyer an economist would say to me, whether or not that would hold up in court, but I'm thinking go fuck yourself is a pretty good argument. You know, if they're going to audit me and come after me they want 20% of of less than $10,000 that I make in a year, because I am self-employed. And that means that I have to pay into the Social Security system, retirement, and, you know, covering Medicaid, I think, as well. I have to pay the Social Security part as though I was the employee and the employer. Usually you pay 10% in, and your employer pays 10% in. I have to pay as though, you know, I am two entities, because at law I am, apparently. So I'm my own boss, which means that my boss and I both have to pay our 10% in to Social Security. And my argument is, if someone is making less than $1,000 a month, really, but less than $10,000 a year, just wave them and say, we'll see you next year, you know? Hopefully things go better for you. If you continue to tax people who are making that little amount of money, you might as well have your foot on their throat, holding them to the ground. You know how much harder it is to get up out of economic, you know, disparity when someone's going to come and take 1/5 of your income while you're making less than 5 digits in a year. That's fucking ridiculous. And it doesn't happen, really, in employment. But this is a loophole, because I am my own boss, because I am self-employed. So I have to pay 20% instead of 10. And if I were employed by someone, I probably wouldn't be paying the 10. I'm not sure how that works. I suspect that you would get a full refund of even your Social Security income if you were employed and were making less than like $12,000 a year or 14, like the minimum. There would be a minimum threshold, and I'm not sure about whether or not Social Security is a refundable part of the income, that they'll just give it back to you if you didn't make enough money, or if they keep it at all times. But asking me for 10% like anybody else, okay, I guess. Honestly, I don't think you should be asking for any money from anyone who's making that little amount of money. Let them have what money they have, so that maybe they can do better in future without the boot on their fucking neck. And if you do need more money to run the government, may I suggest the billionaires who you keep writing tax cuts for? You fucking idiots. The people who have the most and need nothing, you know, have far more than they need, while others don't have what they need. It's weird, isn't it? How being rich causes poverty. It's funny that I explain that, that I have to explain that. The idea of, you act like, you know, the fact that somebody's doing well means that somebody else is doing bad. Yeah, that's correct. That is correct. If you are taking more than someone else, then that creates economic disparity, and that's just a fact. Because if there are 10 apples and you take 8 apples, and everyone else in the room has to share the last 2 apples. You have more apples than everyone else. You know, everyone else doesn't get to have as many apples as you have because of all the apples you have. And that's before you get into the moral conundrum that arises from taking more than you need while others don't have enough to survive. Before you even get into that, that is a simple fact that you have to acknowledge. You have to say, yes, that is the case. And people don't want to, because if they acknowledge that that, fact is a fact, then they do have to talk about the moral quagmire that exists, that Jesus Christ was very specific about a little bit over 2,000 years ago, when he said, sooner shall a camel pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man enter into the kingdom of heaven, which is that it's really hard to be a moral person while you have a lot more than a lot of other people who don't have any. Really hard to judge yourself a good, decent, moral human being. And it requires you to do things like dismiss the simple, division in mathematics and subtraction, addition, kind of kindergarten math that proves the idea that if there is a limited number of resources, which there are, imaginary resources when it comes to currency, but those imaginary resources are linked to real-world goods. And those imaginary resources are actually very strongly managed in order to try and make it, avoid inflation and things. They're imaginary, but we try to control them in such a way as though we're pretending that they're not imaginary. And there is a limited number of those imaginary resources. And if there is a limited number of those imaginary resources, and you have more of those imaginary resources than someone else has, in other words, if you are rich, then someone else has to be poor. If you can go to Walmart and buy a set of jeans or a dress for $6 to $12, that means someone else has to make that dress or that pair of jeans for almost no income somewhere. Maybe you don't have to see it because they moved it over shores into another place, but somewhere there is a 12-year-old girl sitting in a bombed-out building that's got rats in it and mold growing on the ceiling, who is literally sewing the tag that says Walmart into the back of those $12 jeans. You know how I know that? Because it has to be. You can't sell things that have a certain value for less than what that value is unless there are people along the chain, whose lives you would not want to trade. You'd not want to go live theirs and they come live yours. For you to have more than you need means someone else has less than they need. And possibly someday technology, science, advancements of society will get us to the point where everyone can have more than they need because we just got there. Today is not that day. You merely need, open your internet browser and search for, Malaysia, employment, living wage, Vietnam, living wage, things like that. And you will see that that is not the world that we live in today. You cannot have more without necessarily depriving it from someone else. And there is a certain level we all have to make a decision of where that's, reasonable. Or it's well, what are you going to do? They worked harder, They sacrificed more, so they deserve a little bit more. And I would say, yeah. You go out and you burn the engines, you burn the wick at both sides and stuff like that. I'm not going to, throw away the complete capitalist incentive and, I'm not going to throw away all of it. Sure, but is there any fucking limit to that, is the question. And my argument is that if you have the slightest bit of moral decency, yes, there is a limit to that. I'm not going to build my mansion while other people are living in cardboard boxes. Personally speaking. And those who are, personally speaking, are dicks. And I know that sounds like a crazy, you know, an outrageous thing to say, and it's very rude and indecent, and I shouldn't have said it, but I'm just quoting Jesus Christ of Nazareth. So, you know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Jesus would not have been happy with his modern-day parishioners who pull up to the church in their fucking Bentleys and their their Hummer H4s and shit like that. He would not have been, it would have been standing in that parking lot going, what the fuck? Where am I? Why does this building have a portion of my name on it? What the hell? Lay up, what is it? Lay up not your treasures where thieves come in and moths and rust doth corrupt them, but lay up your treasures in the kingdom of heaven, and so forth and so on, was, you know, Jesus' spiritual take on it. But over and over and over again, you know, I bring this up not so much to be like, Jesus said it so we should all do it, but to be like, see the damn Christians, what they do. They say one thing and do the other deal. You know, look at this bullshit, basically. Because Christ was totally like, if you can't trust God to take care of you, what do you expect? You know, like, that was his position on things. For you know, it was, you know, have faith. Like, your Father knoweth thou hath needeth of thingeth. Your Father knows that you have need of these things to live and to be, and he provides for the grasses of the fields and the birds of the air, and they do not work in the fields, they do not labor the way that you labor, and yet look at all he does for them. If you can't trust that he will take care of you, think not of yourself. Your Father will provide for you. Your Lord will provide for you, was his teachings, but 1,000 times over in the friggin' Gospels. And then you see the, you know, fucking conservative Christian millionaire running for office, and it's like, you can't be a Christian and do that. That's not how it works. You can't. I mean, maybe you can, but you are not, you know, the one who makes me question whether you can. You can't trust the system. And you know, the guys pulling into that church parking lot in their fucking H4s and stuff like that, that's not, no way in hell. Can't do that. You're as bad as the people, you know, that your supposed Jesus Lord fella, you know, ran into the temples and kicked out because they were selling shit there. You're worse. You're worse because, you know, some of those politicians, they come up on the megachurch stages and use the pulpit as a place to try and get votes for themselves and their party. It's like, that is not what that place is supposed to be for. And if you were a true, you know, Christian, if you actually gave a shit about what the fellow who you say, you know, was God incarnate actually said and taught, then, you know, you wouldn't be doing exactly the fucking opposite, would you? You know? But it's just a convenient set of, you know, cobbled together philosophies where it's okay for me to have, like, not just more than other people, which is like, you know, if you work for it, if you built it yourself, if you spent your own money, you took some risks in the marketplace, yeah, having a little bit more than everybody else. Not just more, but excessively more. Like, billionaires, you know, tens of millionaires even would be on my book. Like, at that level, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to come down. I'm sorry. You know, at this point in America, maybe I would tolerate the concept of like a $2 million income. You would be heavily taxed. But above that, it's like, at this point, what you are taking for yourself diminishes everyone else. And the argument is, no, they'll put it back into the market and they'll spend it good and do. Yeah, you know where they spent it? They spent it in Malaysia and Vietnam in order to employ people in slave labor positions so that they could, you know, drive down the costs and drive other competitors, domestic competitors, and people who, maybe it's not just domestic competition, sometimes it's just people who actually have some decency and morality to them, who are not willing to literally set up slave labor forces in countries in the world where they can just barely get away from it. Like, you drive everyone else out of the marketplace who has decency and who cares about human beings. And then you say, no, we're going to pump the money back into the economy, make the economy stronger, and everybody will have more. Well, here's the thing. You say that that's how it works, but I'm just going to check for a minute. I'll be right back with you. I'm just going to look and see if that's how things are working. Yeah, no. No is the thing. I just looked out the window, and, you know, I live in Detroit. The city's completely economically impoverished. I'm about an hour south of Flint. The city's completely economically impoverished. We have less than, like, the people who live in this city are poor and barely surviving, and the city doesn't provide the services that they ask to tax for, and all of these problems exist in the great America capitalist experiment that is supposed to, like, you know, fix and solve everything. We just let capitalism just handle it, and it'll fix everything. Let me tell you some things that Detroit has done in order to try and bring money in so they can pay the bills around here. They have built multiple casinos. I think we got 3 casinos this side of the river, and then you go across it, and Windsor had to compete, so they've got a casino or 2 as well now. We got 3 casinos in downtown. We have every sporting agency, every sporting building that exists for the major league sports in the city of Detroit now. Used to be that the Pistons played out in Auburn Hills. Now the Pistons are still not in Detroit, are they? That's the last one, though. That's the last holdout. We have the Detroit Red Wings are in Detroit. They're in Detroit. Ford Field for the Lions is in Detroit. The Tigers Stadium, Comerica Park, is in Detroit. We suck people, you know, down here to have every sport. Like, we took away downtown property and gave it to sporting events and sporting stadiums in Detroit in order to come up with more revenue. So we take away places where businesses could operate and places where people's homes could be. We created centers of gambling in this city, which we know comes with like 12% or more gambling addiction that comes as soon as you start building that kind of thing. There have been so many sacrifices that would be the kind of thing where it's like, yeah, some people are going to suffer, but we need to make the money in order to, like, uplift the community and pay to just, like, keep the 911 lines open and the police showing up. And after all of those capitalistic efforts to create more money for the city of Detroit, the police don't come. 911 is possibly a fucking busy signal, or a voice saying, "Please hold for the next available emergency operator." Capitalism has not solved our problems. The, you know, fancy notion that, you know, if you just let everybody have, like, you know, millions of dollars, let the people who, you know, want to go for it just have their millions of dollars and don't, like, put a cap on it and don't tax them way more heavily the further that they go up, and keep their income to what would be a reasonable level of excess. Because, you know, we're not talking about a reasonable level of income while other people are starving to death. We're talking about a reasonable level of excess. You're already in excess. We're going to accommodate it up to this point, and then beyond that, you know, we're not going to say that you can't make more than that, but you are going to go to all income above this level is 70% taxed. We're going to make it really hard for you to keep that money. And you say, but it incentivizes the system, and the way that it works right now, and, you know, it pushes more money into the economy, and that fixes everything. And again, I say, look out your fucking window, because it fixes everything in the place where you live. If you're one of those people, you look out the window and you see what you see every morning, and you go, see, capitalism works. And all you have to do to maintain that vision is to write off a third of the population of the world. A third of the population of this country, and in fact, it'd probably be more like 60 or 70% of the population of the world who exists somewhere in the state of poverty and whom your policies just ignore. Just ignore. You know? You can't justify this premise that you have that everything will work out better if we just let the free markets reign and rule, when we already let the free markets have as much, you know, go as they do right now, and I look out my window and see what's going on. The government of Detroit, the city Detroit government, has operated like a business, just trying to make the best deals it possibly can to get the most money so that it can pay the most bills. It has used your formula of greed, and what it has accomplished is that there is a ring around downtown, where if you need the police in that ring, you're good. If you want to start a business in that ring, It's fine. Yeah. There's lots of consumers, lots of safety, and then when you get out into the neighborhoods of Detroit, the police don't come, and the buildings burn, and, you hear the gunshots in the middle of the night because there's no police presence and there's no services. And the city talks about, has talked about in not too unrecent years, the ideas of what if we just didn't pick up trash for that whole side of the city anymore because we just can't afford it. Like, the city of Detroit is a perfect model of what people argue for when they argue for unregulated capitalism. It has done all of the things that it possibly can do in order to get the money that it needs to support this too large city. And what has resulted from that is exactly what capitalism creates, which is a district where the people who make the money and spend the money and have the money all live and enjoy themselves. And then the 70% majority of the city who lives in squalor and shit in cardboard boxes because they don't have the money and they don't spend the money. So who gives a fuck about them? They're not part of our income machine. So who gives a fuck about them? They're just human beings, but they're poor human beings. Yeah, they're poor. Fuck them. Fuck them. Let them die like chaff. You know what? They're all just draining off the government dole. Nobody's even trying out there. They're not working hard for it. If they just tried a little bit, those poor people wouldn't be poor anymore, and then they'd be part of the system, and somebody'd care about them. But as long as they don't, I'm not going to care. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. And then these people are the ones who, show up to church in their Bentleys. Show up to church in their $60,000 automobiles. Christians. I'm a good Christian. I'm a good capitalist, conservative Christian. Sir, are you familiar with the concept of contradiction of terms? You can't be a conservative capitalist Christian. It's impossible. You can't follow and believe the teachings of Jesus Christ and be those things at the same time. Sorry, that's not how it works. He taught a lot of things that are completely opposed to what you're talking about, and those teachings weren't things that you can throw away and say they're disconnected. Mr. Corporate, Capitalist, Conservative, Christian. You can't do that. Like saying I'm going to have physics just without time. You can't, I mean, you can theoretically, in a bubble in your head, you could come up with a system where, all right, if we take time out of the equation. Money is also only given to people who give others value in our current system. Those who are given the most money provide the most value, yes. And in theory, and mostly in practice, besides a decent portion of people who are rich for not doing so. Yes, it's the concept that they talk about as a meritocracy, which it doesn't actually exist, the meritocracy, but that is the premise. You worked hard, so you get more. You earned it. And all these other lazy bums, they didn't earn it. And, what it does is basically dismiss any, it dismisses any contribution to humanity, society, to the planet, or the universe that is not a moneymaker. So it's basically like YouTube. A capitalist economy is basically just like what YouTube is to YouTubers today. Which is to say that if you're not making money, then nothing you do is worth anything. And that is being taught to, kids. And the thing is, with YouTube, it's not so much money, okay? It is money because there's capitalism still at work there, but for YouTube, it's popularity. So young people who, watch people that they like that are entertaining on YouTube, and then they want to get into YouTube and they start doing YouTube, what happens as an entertainer is you desperately try and bring the audience in any way that you possibly can. Why? Because what is valued is popularity, not contribution, not like what you have to offer, not bringing something new, not No, it's popularity, it's clicks, it's views, it's that. That's what's incentivized by the system, and so that's what you get. And that's what you get people doing. So now you have an entire, generation of people, and, where it comes to capitalism, the entire world and society, who believe that the only value of a human life, I mean, they don't believe it, they'll say, that's not what I believe, but in their actions and in their policies and in their ideas about how the world should work, it is made clear and laid bare that the best idea they have bases itself on the notion that there is no contribution that is worth anything that does not start with the almighty dollar. And it has been going on for so long that people hear that and they're like, yeah, and? Like, that's where we are. Yeah, and? And it's not because it is normal. It's not because it is a reasonable thing to think. It's because it's just been going on so long that you've been trained to accept it as, well, of course. Not of course. Not of course. It actually wasn't that long ago, at least in the theoretical, in the theories of the MAGA crowd, the Make America Great Again kind of crowd. They look back at this 1940s, 1950s nuclear family time where things were better. And my statement would be that, like, what they imagine that really wasn't there, or was there for some people, but for most of the people wasn't. What they imagine in their heads is a time when things moved a little bit slower, when people still worked and worked hard for their income, but they worked deliberately, and they made their choices slowly, and they made the right choices, and they didn't, like, throw themselves into wood chippers in the process of getting things done in the day because everything needs to be done right now. That's part of, like, that imaginary great again America. And what this idea that is persistent through capitalism creates, that that there is really no greater value than money, that there is no greater value than the currency that you create in society, is exactly the opposite of what you dream of when you dream of that MAGA, nuclear 1950s era. Because what is encouraged by that system is to get out there, burn the bridges, and make your money, Grandma said, make your money, black man. Make your money, black man. Make your money. 1, 2, 3. This is America. Don't catch you slipping up. That's what he was fucking talking about. You can't, if you have no value for anything that isn't dollars, if you want to build all of the systems based on greed and individual personal wealth, then you are going in exactly the opposite direction of your fever fantasy dream of your Make America Great Again, world. Because it does not slow down. People are not deliberate. People rush and stress themselves out and destroy themselves, and that becomes the valuation of society. It's worth doing that because there's money. There's money in it. I'm going to get the money eventually. I'll kill myself in the process, sure, but I'm going to get the money. Money's going to be there, I'll ignore my children and won't really be around to raise them, but I'll have the money, and then they'll have the money, and then their lives will be better because of the money. Now, maybe it would have been better if their dad or their mom was, around for their childhood, but, ultimately what comes down to is if mom and dad isn't around, as long as they got, a good roof over their head and lots of money and a good right college education, things are still going to be okay. And, like, the way that you get there is through that assumption that money solves everything. Money is the answer. Money, 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 money. Who do you love? Who do you love? Huh? Do you love me? I'm giving away free money. Or the bat, who's probably somewhere washing his tights. Money, money, money. Love, love, love. Who do you love? Like, you see that alive and well in so many little corners of the modern first world psyche. That, money makes it okay. If I'm not around for my children's lives, but I provide well, it's okay. You know, if I can provide for my children and my family by making it so that other children and other families across the globe suffer horrendously, but I don't have to see them, that's okay. Why? Because money equals happiness, and happiness and providing for your family and all of that. Which is exactly, of course, the mindset that our boy, Jesus, was desperately trying to convince people to stop living under. Stop throwing your lives away. Laboring the way that you do, chasing after mammon, which is what he called it, which is personal wealth and greed. Define mammon, M-A-M-M-O-N, and find out what it was that Jesus said, you cannot serve two masters. You cannot serve both God and mammon. What is he talking about? He's talking about selfish personal wealth. So if you fall into that corporate conservative Christian cackling conspiracy of cassholes that call themselves Christians, I just want you to know you're not Christians because you don't do what Christ said to do. And that's really what it comes down to. And you would know that what it comes down to is what you do and not what you say if you had read the teachings of Christ, because he said that. But you didn't, so you don't. I guess there's something similar with social conditioning and how gender roles are forced down our throats even if they don't work at all for us. There's a lot. Money should be a tool to people, but for some, it is a goal. Yeah. Yep. And, like, the political positions that exist in modern, first world societies today, and I guess I can only speak about what I sense, you know, here in America, because it's where I live, but, it's undermining the premise of happiness. I mean, there is a literal, like, study that says, on average, if you're looking to be the happiest that you can be, you want to make about $90,000 a year. Because any more than that, and the scale, for whatever reason, without making assumptions, without jumping to conclusions, once you turn 6 digits, and the more you make, the less happy that people report they are. So millionaires and stuff end up dropping off down there. Everyone who's below 90,000, the happiness meter tends to fall off on average for whatever reason. I'd love to propose some reasons for why once you have more than $90,000 a year, you start to feel guilty about, what you have that other people don't. I could come up with a whole lot of, propositions for why, or for like how hard you have to work and how much of your soul you have to burn in order to acquire more than that $90,000 a year. Like how much you have to trade in order to turn the 6-digit mark. I could come up with a whole lot of excuses, but regardless of like what the reasons are, the factual study, the factual information is that individuals asked to report how happy do you think you are report less happiness the higher their income beyond the $90,000 range. And I find that interesting on another scale, on the scale of like, well, why? But we don't have to go down the why level, do we? If your goal was not to make money for the sake of making money, then it would definitely impact your desire to make that money, that if you make too much of it, you will stop enjoying life, or you will enjoy life less. So my idea would be, can we get everyone who, like me, is making less than $10,000 a year to come closer to that 90,000 level, and everyone who's making, more than that $90,000 level to come closer to that 90,000 level, because Jesus Christ, in America, $90,000 a year, I wouldn't know what the fuck to do. Like, I'm one of the people who would feel guilty with that amount of money. Like, I couldn't just have that and spend it on myself and enjoy, I'm going to buy a house that's $90,000 for cash this year. Like, I couldn't do that. If I had $90,000 a year, that amount of thousands of dollars per month would not go into just like increasing my lifestyle. I wouldn't I couldn't do that. I couldn't spend thousands of dollars a month on me enjoying me. I couldn't do that. And for people to exist in this world who, you know, they're complaining about the taxes that they have to make and they, you know, that they have to pay, and they're making $2 million a year as an individual. How do you do that? How do you get there? How do you manage to mentally justify, I work hard for my money? There are more people working harder than you are for the money that they will never get than you know of, you know? There are people out there beating the street and struggling and trying to make things work, who also have added responsibilities of raising children as single parents, and who are busting their ass 60 hours a week, and they're not just trying to be an employee, they're trying to make something work, they're trying to make their own businesses, and it's going to shit, and they'll never get out of that hole. You know, there's this entrepreneurial attitude that says, if you just try, you'll succeed, and it tends to come from very privileged people of the right color, who started out with a lot of, you know, checks in their column already, a couple of meters ahead of the race by where the rest of us all started. Those people somehow seem to think that if you try, you may fail, but if you keep being persistent, you will succeed. And I would just like to introduce them to the majority of the human population who is dead right now, having tried their whole lives and died, having never achieved. Like, you have a special little fantasy that worked out for you. It's not a fantasy for you, but it's a fantasy when you presume to copy-paste it onto the existence of every other human being, regardless of race, color, gender, education, upbringing, where their parents lived and what schools they went to and what neighborhood all of those things, and you say, throw it all out. Environment is no impact whatsoever. Your genetics are no impact whatsoever. If you just try, you will succeed. No, you won't, you fucking idiot. You fucking moron. No, you won't. You know what I didn't try to do? I didn't try to get chronic fatigue syndrome. Chronic fatigue syndrome now limits my activity in a very physical way, and I bring that up because it's something you can't really say, well, if you just try, so I'll just try to not have a debilitating disease. I'll try really hard, and then I'll be able to work and make more money every year. Okay. Like, it's one that you can't go up against, you know? And then you say, and that opens the door to the consideration of, so imagine Mr. White Man who thinks that if you try, you always succeed. Imagine that you were a different color. Imagine that you were born into a household where they spoke Spanish, and you learned English, but, you know, it's like the places where you start in life tend to just, like, scientifically, statistically, tend to determine how far you will go. And that is a reality. And any version of your own ideal that does not acknowledge that reality is what we call a fantasy. It is a utopian fantasy that self-enables, that reinforces your own ego and your ideas, and the ideas that are required for you to continue doing what you do and to not feel bad about how much you have when so many others have so little. You need to believe these falsities and these fantasies in this different version of a world where everybody who isn't a millionaire just isn't trying to be a millionaire. Where you have to believe that the only good thing is to try to be a millionaire. Or that no one has anything to complain about if they choose a different path. Like, it's okay to not, like, focus your life on money. There's other virtuous things, but, you know, if you don't focus your life on money, then you can't complain when you don't have any, and you can't acquire services. Like, the set of beliefs that you have created in order to not recognize what a piece of shit you are. In comparison, when living high on the hog as you do, well, so many others suffer. That's all that is. It's not logic. It's not, well, this would just work. No. You have an ego. And you don't want to have to acknowledge that by having taken more donuts off of the plate for yourself because you wanted more donuts. And maybe you wanted donuts for your friends and for your family and the people you know. And so you stuffed them in your pocket while nobody was looking. And now we walked in, there were 12 donuts. Now there's 8 of them are missing. There's 4 donuts left. And there's a whole country worth of people who needed to split the first 12 donuts. You got 8 of them in your pocket now. And your family's going to be taken care of for donuts. And the rest of us are going to go fucking hungry. And you need to find some kind of a way that that's okay. Well, no, they're just not trying hard enough. They're lazy. They're not motivated. They're a bunch of drug addicts. Shit. What can I possibly come up with for people who are like physically disabled and stuff like that? Fuck. How do I justify this? How do I justify having this much more, while other people are literally living in cardboard boxes between, in the alleys behind the streets? How do I do that? Well, that's, you find a way to make yourself into a capitalist conservative Christian, which is a contradiction of Kerms. You can't be those things and be a Christian. But if you attach the morality of Jesus, the decency of Jesus, loosely, flimsily, with duct tape, to the ideas that allow you to take all the donuts, then maybe you don't have to feel like the piece of shit that you are. This is a lovely, lovely pawn rant. I know, you guys like the pawn rants. So I would spend money on creating things to give others value, says AJ. Yeah, $90,000 income a year. Like, at that level, I'm looking at, like, starting businesses and how can I, like, it just seems to me that if you got the money, fix things, Like, people need work, sure, so create businesses, and they say, well, that's what we're talking about. That's the trickle-down concept. If people have money, then they create businesses and things like that. But here's the thing. What if we created businesses that weren't trying to make a profit, but that were just trying to pay the employees? Trying to make sure that everybody got a job, everybody had an income. Instead of trying to, like, pay back stock investors, who gave you money that you didn't need in order to, and just gamble on your company and have it be a giant casino. But, it's in the downtown financial district, so it's not a casino. What if we ran the business with the idea of we'll have jobs for people while providing something else that other people need? And what if, instead of arbitrarily choosing a sector or an industry to start our business in, or instead of choosing the industry or the sector where we can make the most money, because that's not going to be our goal, what if we created that business and those jobs in a sector that in fact made life better? Not in the way like, well, now I've got an extra soda pop for 10 cents less. Oh, thank you. No, but in a way that actually, like, solved the problems of society, like homelessness. Huh? What if we've made businesses that helped poor people get mortgages and helped them budget things out, and we found a way to both make a profit on it, but not a profit like toward we're going to pay ourselves extra money, just enough to pay the employees, keep the doors open, have the buffer zone to keep the business alive in times of trouble, all that kind of stuff. What if we weren't chasing the almighty fucking dollar to the maximum height? What if there was some kind of, like, major taxation over, say, $2 million mark of personal income? Do you think that might incentivize people to focus less on doing the thing that makes the most money because there's a certain level at which you can't make any more money? Do you think maybe that would prevent people from just, enslaving other human beings in order to save a third of a penny per unit by producing it in Malaysia and shipping it to wherever it is that you're actually going to sell it? Do you think that maybe we would end up with a better world if there were no incentive to try and make every dollar that you can possibly make? Because at a certain point, almost all of it just goes to the federal government anyway and goes back into the system that actually supports, the poorest amongst us and the people who need it. Do you think that might result in a better world? world? What about technology? You know, if you don't have like a lot of money to develop and push on technology and stuff like that, then that's a concern. That's a concern. You know, if I don't have $10 million to waste, you know, well, not to waste, but to spend on research and development and things like that, well, then I'm never going to invent the next big thing, right? 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 Let me tell you what they actually are inventing in the form of the next big thing. We have more hair care, hair loss pills, dick hardening pills, pills and formulas for eye drops. Then we have cures for cancer. Then we have treatments for HIV. Then we have any treatment whatsoever for the disease that I have, chronic fatigue syndrome, because there's just no money in doing it. The things that the industry focuses on making are the things that they can sell, not the things that we can need, or not the things that we need. The reason why there are so many hair loss products and dick hardening products and, you know, eye drops and things is because the primary complaint, it's literally like business looks at list. List says, what do people complain about most medically? Dick not hard enough, hair not thick enough, eyes dry. Okay, how do we appeal to the broadest majority of consumers? As opposed to, how do we cure diseases, which is their job, or would be their job if it weren't, you know, an industry. If it weren't a, you know, money first kind of a thing, then the goal would be to cure diseases. Whereas, right now, by, you know, their own internal memos that have leaked and things, we know what we already knew just by logic, which is that their job is not to cure diseases. Their job is to treat diseases. And in fact, it is well known within Big Pharma that, you know, please don't come up with a cure. Cures are a one-shot thing. We can't make money on a cure. You know, we're going to have to go into production. We're going to have to dedicate warehouse space and dedicate manufacturing facilities, clean medically grade spaces to create the medication in order to create the cure. And then we ship the cure, and then people take the cure once, and then they're cured, and we can't sell them that again. And so we have to like put all of this stuff together in a giant facility, giant clean space, spend all this money, and then sell, and we probably won't make our money back. And even if we do, we're not making a profit, you know, next year off of it because we just cured something. Please don't make us cures. So how does that work out in the capitalism free markets will solve the world's problems sort of, you know, mentality of that conservative Christian capitalist idea there? How is it that, like, we're going to get the cures to diseases even though it is against the interests of the capitalist corporate outlets to provide us those cures? So we're just relying on the human decency of people who are operating within a system that promotes exclusively greed now. Is that it? Crossing our fingers that they'll... You see, they're not even trying, though, is the thing. They don't want to cure cancer. They want to come up with a treatment for cancer, because lots of people have cancer. There's a lot of customers there. But if we cure it, that's a one-time shot. We need that takes the customer away. So they're not trying to develop cures. They're not trying to cure diseases. They're trying to come up with treatments, because you can sell treatments perpetually, and that makes a business work. So how does that free markets will save us all mentality figure into the reality that there is no incentive for pharmaceutical companies to make cures? And how does it figure in that literally it may be financially inviable for a for-profit pharmaceutical company to produce and manufacture and distribute a cure? Where does that fit in? Again, we're just going to, like, you know, trust that if they've got a cure, they'll probably, you know, they'll burn their own money in order to release it, knowing that they're not going to make a profit on it. Of course they would. We're just going to, that's the idea there. Shouldn't there be like a better system? Like maybe a system where, I don't know, there are entities that are not exclusively for profit, say entities over which the majority of a nation's population has some, you know, control over, maybe through like a vote or something like that, whereby that sort of nation's worth of people have all agreed to donate some portion of their income to make sure that the important things get done while all of the greedy assholes are running around trying to make their next billion. You know, because if you just leave the greedy assholes running around to make their next billion, there's a whole lot of important things that aren't going to be done because they're not profitable, but they're still important. See, not everything that is important is profitable. And some of those things are big things that no individual can do on their own, that no neighborhood can do on their own, that no community can do on their own. It's almost like what you'd want to do is form some kind of a government and then have taxation and then use the tax dollars to do the things that the private markets won't do. And you might want to have those governments regulate the private markets so that the private markets don't end up undermining the interests of humanity. I got an idea. Oh my God, I got an idea. I'm going to call it, democracy? I'm going to call it, representation of the people by a government. Oh, shit. Nobody's ever thought of this before. Oh my God, I think I solved all the world's problems. It's just, it's such a fucking, you know, you hear these people, on Fox News or just out on YouTube, you manage to, you know, stumble into these scenarios where you get these, like, libertarian-minded people, like people who, I don't know if they're libertarians or not, I don't understand entirely, but, like, the people who basically tell you, hey, if it was up to me, I would rip out, you know, I'd get rid of the Department of Education, no more publicly funded schools, let the private markets handle that, we got to get rid of Social Security, you can't pay for it, you know, it's 20 years from now, we got too many baby boomers, and not enough, there's not enough people paying in, but there's too many people retiring, I get rid of this department, I get rid of that department, no more welfare, no more health care, no more any of this, that, and the other thing. It's like, oh, Jesus fucking Christ, you don't care about anyone, do you? You apparently think your neighbors in your gated community and you are the only people who matter. You have to. You have to, because either that or you have an IQ of 70, and you don't realize how many, like, that 100 million people in this country alone, you change things the way that you want them to be changed, will suffer more than they suffer today because of what you just did. That's just a statistical reality. People who rely upon and need benefits from society, such as school for their kids, without having to pull out of pocket per child thousands of dollars, or even just hundreds of dollars per month for each child to go to school. They don't have to do that because everybody, you know, agreed at some point, like, if we don't have education for everyone in this country, you know, I just, like, the more that I think about it, it just hit me. It just keeps hitting me, like, over and over in the head, but it hit me again right there. Their idea must be, I mean, either they have a 68 IQ, or their idea must be that we shouldn't be wasting education on people who aren't going to do anything with it anyway. Like, because they can't be thinking we shouldn't educate people, because, like, that makes us uncompetitive in the marketplace of the world, and we know that their big, you know, incentive is just to make money, and how do we make money, and let free markets and money, and get your hands out of my pocket because money's all that matters. God damn you, Uncle Sam. We know that that's sort of where they're coming from. So the idea behind get rid of the federal education, you know, free socialist, it's a socialist education system, has to be, we shouldn't be wasting resources on people who aren't, you know, going to use their education anyway. Right? It has to be that. Either that or they're fucking morons and they just don't see that that's what's going to happen. Like, we shouldn't be wasting our resources teaching kids who are probably just going to end up, you know, changing tires for people who actually should get an education. So why waste the money on it? I just don't see how it works if you don't assume that they're classists. If you don't assume that they think that anyone who is poorer than they are is someone who Darwinian evolution has selected for extinction, then it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, they have to believe that. And by the way, even if, you know, that is their belief, they still have like a 72 IQ. So it's over 70. Because they have ignored the correlation between lack of education, lack of opportunity, and crime and violence. So, you know, again, I guess it points out to who you're talking to right there, because it's people who would vote for Trump, because the idea there being Trump is a man who builds walls to keep people he doesn't want to look at out. That's where he comes from. And if you're going to get rid of, you know, if you propose the elimination of public education and everyone just has to pay for it, you know that not everyone is going to be able to pay for it. You know that if they're required by law to pay for it, then there will be the cheapest possible schooling that exists that barely, you know, is education at all, that is still, because it's in the private market, trying to make a profit off of it. So the least possible, you know, that they could provide to your child, that's the kind of education that they're going to get. So you know, one way or another, you take away public education, you will see more crime and more violence in America, which means you have to assume that you can build a big enough wall to keep it out. That you won't have to walk the dark alleys at night. You're going to create a hard line of class between the good people and the poor people, right? In your mind, in that classist mind. The people who worked for it and worked hard and deserve it, and all of the other people who don't deserve it and who didn't work hard and who squandered opportunity, even though they didn't have any from the first place. All of those people, like, you have to both believe that those people just shouldn't, like, who needs to waste their time on them? And then you also need to believe that you will be able to build a big enough wall to keep them out. I don't see any other way to interpret it. Because, like, if those policies were actually to come to pass, what version of a world, what version of a country do we have except for that? You know, when you end up with single mothers who have 2 children, single fathers who have 2 children, single parents with multiple children who are currently working their asses off, trying to pay the bills and also care for their children and, you know, have their kids do more than just sit in the house and go to school and sit in the house and go to school and all the work that they're putting in. And then you come into their lives, these people who maybe they don't have a high school education, maybe they didn't get the high school diploma, maybe they got the high school education, but, you know, they didn't go anywhere else and they didn't, you know, it wasn't a good education because they grew up in an area where the schools weren't good, or because their family didn't value education. For all the million different reasons that a human being could end up in a situation working low income and not really have a lot of opportunity, and also trying to raise 2 children at the same time. Imagine that person, and now imagine all of a sudden we shut down public schooling, and you have to pay for it. Now we're going to help you out with that by giving you back your tax dollars. Except, here's the thing, you don't have any tax dollars for us to give you back because you're already in the lowest poverty, the lowest income bracket, and you had 2 kids, so we were already giving you back everything that you put in, so we don't have any tax things. We don't have any tax money to give you. Maybe we can give you a voucher. Oh, but you don't pay taxes in the first place. Shit. Well, I guess what we've just done is we've made it so that you now have to pay for the education of 2 children on the income that was just barely keeping a roof over your head and food in your mouths and all of that sort of a thing. Good luck with that. That results in crime and violence. Because when people, when they need money, they will do what they need to make money. And I think that the libertarian kind of mindset of just let the free market handle it all thinks that when people need money, what it will result in is they'll get off their lazy asses and get out there into the workforce, and they'll make it happen. As soon as we take all of these welfare programs away that are just, enabling people to sit at home and suck off the teat of the system, then they'll get up and do it because now they have to. I think that they think that that's what will happen for everyone because they're fucking idiots, as opposed to what will actually happen, which is, you're right, when people don't have what they need, they will do whatever they need to get what they need. And what that is stab you and take your wallet. What that is break into your home in the middle of the night. What that is sell drugs and guns. What that is whatever you have to do to make the dollar, they will fucking do it. But it's not going to be, well, shit. Now that you cut off my food stamps, I guess I'm going to have to fucking go back to college. Shit. Start a business and become an entrepreneur. God damn it. God damn it. I mean, I'll thank you in a couple of years for having done this to me, but right now I'm really angry. But yeah, I guess I'm going to have to, start up my own small business and become an entrepreneur and make a bunch of money that I was just going to sit here smoking weed and, living off of government cheese the rest of my life. But thanks to you, noble people, what I'll do is I will make something of my life that I wasn't going to otherwise. That's how it's going to work out. It's not going to work out where the easiest thing for me to do is buy some drugs in bulk and sell them. It's not what's going to be the easiest thing for me to do is, fucking jack a guy in an alley and get the money that I need in order to, feed my fucking kids this month. It's not going to be the easiest thing for me to do is to get a gun and walk into a convenience store and empty out a fucking cash register. No. What's going to be the easiest thing for me to do when you take all of my opportunity away is to, build a better life from ground up. Which, of course, is completely capable and possible for everyone in America because there's no such thing as classism, sexism, racism. None of those, factors apply. If you don't speak the language, if you're Hispanic, and you just don't speak English in this country, don't worry because everybody speaks all the languages and nobody holds it against you that you don't happen to know, one of them. Everyone will be fine. It will all work out. All we need to do is take away everything. All of the social programs, all of the things that we as a society have come, together to decide are what makes us virtuous and not just a bunch of involved, self-enabling, capitalist, carnivore, alpha male, fucking cutthroat dickheads. All of the things that we have done to try and build not a arena of competitors, but a society. We should get rid of all that shit and go just to Thunderdome. That's my thing is, the only way for you to believe that is for you to be a classist. You have to write everyone off. You have to. If you're on that libertarian end of the political spectrum, I think libertarianism, in terms of modern America and libertarianism, I think that that's the right one. I could be wrong, but you know what I'm talking about. It's the political ideology and mindset that says, shut down the government, basically. Get rid of this program, that program, that program. We'll have the military to defend us from foreign entities, and we'll basically, isolate ourselves from the rest of the world and just sit down, or we'll just, open it all up to free capital. It doesn't have to be isolationist, but just the idea of less government, no regulation, let everybody keep their tax dollars, and everything will sort itself out. You either have to be fucking retarded, or you have to be someone who just doesn't care about anyone who's not in a certain tax bracket. You have to assume that everyone in the lower class is, lazy and useless and should have been, should be picked off by Darwinian evolution. If you can't make money in a society that's built on the, making of money, then you don't deserve anything. You don't deserve to live anyway. You deserve my consideration. I shouldn't be wasting my money on you. You have to either be a classist, is what I'm saying, or a moron. And I think it's both. Because if you're a classist, then you're a moron. Or at least you're a sociopath. You know, I suppose you could be a smart classist and just be like, why should I care? I'm, you know, and just be purely logical about it in a cold, calculating, no concern for anyone but yourself, or yourself and my loved ones. Again, by the way, if you were a Jesus fan, if you're one of those Christian conservative fellows who, you know, and then you like to justify it by you know, telling yourself that it's not about me, it's about me providing for my family. Jesus said, he who does not hate his mother, his sister, his child, his daughter before me, is not deserving of me. He said basically that. And when you read that, what I get out of it personally is the idea that why are you giving certain people special love? Why is it that, you know, these people are more important than these people? Well, because they're family. No, I get that there's like their family, but I'm saying, why do you care more? Why do you think that it's a moral position? Why do you think that it's a good excuse for doing bad things? Because I'm going to provide for my family. But wait, your family, they're people. You know who else is people? People. And so when you start to look down that road, as Jesus did, what you ultimately find out is that the people who you've chosen to care about, separate from all the people you've chosen not to care about, those people, you know, your family that you're going to care for, those are just you. It's just an extension of you. You're still taking care of you, because these are the people who I've decided I give a shit about. You are me. I'm going to take care of me. And you're part of me, because you're fucking lucky. You pulled the long straw. They pulled the short straw over there, and all the other people can go suck a fucking pole. I'm saying not that is, you know, I'm saying if you were to fall into that so-called conservative Christian camp that has these sort of classist ideals, you have a little bit of a problem with, you know, what Christ said. Again, it tends to be the problem with that subset of people, that you have a little bit of an issue there with the fact that you keep calling yourself Christians, and you don't actually do or care about what Christ taught. Let's see. Fuck you, it's 2019, I can be a submissive beta male if I want to. What? I was not paying attention for a short moment, says AJ. I kind of don't like discussing politics because in the end I can't do anything in the political system. So I'll rant and then we'll all feel a little bit better. Or I'll piss off the right people. Don't push it on me that I should be the one to make the effort and I should be this and that. Be a man up. No. You don't push this on me like I don't have a choice because I was just given a dick and balls when I was born. I will help you because I know it will give me a good feeling, says Dendy. Yeah. I mean, the idea in the teachings of Christianity, or rather the teachings of the Rabbi Yeshua, a.k.a. Jesus, you know, very much are like, why do you love them more than you love me? Why do you love me more than you love them? Why do you love, like, this is, having that is just more selfishness. It's not about, you know, well, I love them. No, you love them because you've decided they're you. You've made them part of you. Now, here's the thing. Can you make everybody else part of you? And then there won't be any way for you to be selfish anymore, because you'll be taking care of everyone equally. As though everyone's problems matter and not just the ones who exist in the right tax bracket, which is my problem with this, what I think is called the libertarian spectrum of politics, where you cannot not be a classist and also propose these policies. Because you have to consider and know when you propose those policies that those policies enacted will result in these effects. And the effects are on people. You have to just not care about those people. to support those positions. Competition is the problem here, I think. Sports, politics, busyness. We are driven to compete. We are driven to occupy our time. Like, well, we are driven to compete. Sure. I think it is in our nature to distract ourselves. I think that's more in our nature. Distract ourselves from what's actually happening, from what's really important, from what's going on, and from the impending death that we all have lying out at the end of this. Like, I think by nature, it is humanity's nature to distract themselves from what is actually happening. In terms of competition, I think that is something that is taught, mostly. I mean, there's an underlying current of it, but I don't think that that's actually something that that is a driving fundamental, part of the nature of man or animal. I mean, it's there, it's part of it, but it's not like the driving underlying fundamental thing. And you know how I know that? One, because science agrees, because the guy who came up with the idea of the alpha male in the pack and the thing about wolves actually came out and said, yeah, that doesn't exist. I was wrong. There aren't alpha males in wolf packs, and that's not really how things work. But no, the way that I know that is because what you see in all systems is you see, in human systems, let's look at, you see certain individuals who, by virtue of dominant personalities and lack of empathy and driving desires to achieve certain things, will dominate everyone around them. They will rise to the top of the corporations, they will rise to the tops of governments, they will rise there mainly on the virtue of getting what they want for them. And that is just reality. But here's the thing. That is the one that's the one sociopath. And underneath the one sociopath is the entire building full of, the thousands of people who are actually doing the work that keeps the corporate office open, who are actually doing the work that keeps the government running, who are actually doing what needs to. So, yeah, you've got the sociopath there, but to say that the nature of the sociopath identifies the nature of all humanity is a fundamental... You've ignored the majority of the group that you're studying. The majority of the group that you're studying is made of people who do have empathy and who do have compassion and who feel guilty when they take all of the donuts from the table and no one else can eat them, and who find themselves restricted by their own sense that I wouldn't want that done to me and I just don't feel right doing it to someone else. They will not rise to those heights of dominance that we've decided to call the alpha male state. So the fact that alpha males exist is, one, I'm not sure to be a fact anymore, because the fellow who came up with it may have just come back and said, yeah, I don't think that that's actually true anymore. But if they do exist, the fact that they do exist makes them a abnormality and an anomaly, not indicative of the nature of mankind or of mammal kind. There may be competition in the wild. You know what that competition may come from? Imagine this. Imagine you've got one douchebag sociopath who thinks that he should be in charge of everyone else, and then he starts acting like he's in charge of everyone else. And some people start just letting him be in charge of them and just whatever. And then some people come along who look over, who aren't sociopathic dickheads, and go, fuck this guy. Why are you guys following this guy? He's a fucking asshole. I'm gonna fucking, you keep acting like this. No, you're not in charge. You're not in charge. You know what? Fuck you. You wanna fight? I'll fucking fight you. And then what you get is what seems to be a struggle of alpha males for dominance. But what it really is just all the normal beasts in the pack getting pissed off at the one piece of shit and, trying to get rid of him. Just an alternate hypothesis. An alternate how you might end up with that kind of behavior in nature. And by the way, that behavior in nature, way more often, what you will observe are packs of animals working together, cooperating together, living together, all of that sort of a thing. But there also does tend to be some manner of hierarchy. So that exists in the minority of instances at the top of, you know, if you're going to create a alpha male and then down, which you could probably just invert that pyramid, couldn't you? So that you've got, you know, the herd. You've got the bulk of the animal population, and then at the bottom, the fucking weird one. But whatever, in a hierarchy, what you end up with is one or two, you know, assholes at the top who think that everyone should be below them, and then everyone below them, you know, doing the work. So maybe the nature of the species is not defined by the one weird asshole. Maybe it's defined by the majority. Just throwing it out there. Let's see. I like to be distracted while having sex, because it means it has to be really good what attracted my attention. So we're going to take that like a live stream break. Do I have a raw webcam? Blurred webcam? Let's just go over here. I'm just doing the Unabomber look today. It's been a bad CFS day, so these are helping me. Light sensitivity. But we're going to take a live stream break when we come back. I don't know, maybe I'll program, maybe I'll rant some more about the fucking ridiculousness of capitalists, of those pure capitalists, those people who think that we should do away with all the social systems and just let the free markets reign, who surprisingly tend to have a massive incentive by being those who occupy the economic brackets of society that would most benefit. Shocking, isn't it? Shocking! If you don't, if you care about anyone else, well, rather, if you care about people regardless of their income bracket, then don't see how you can possibly espouse the belief system that you do. Which means if you do espouse that belief system, then you're a classist. You're for class war. You want to create a lower class, and you're hoping that the purge will get rid of them. That's my assumption. I've 7 minutes, pawn not out.
Rainbow lit by my window, rainbow singing at my door, and the Georgia pines and dandelions are bobbing in the careless summer breeze. Sunshine skipping on the sidewalk, sunshine not as bright as you. When you shattered free, you blinded me, and now I'm seeing stars around my head. And it's all I know. You're the afterglow that never fades. Tadpole squiggle in the water, tadpole dancing toward the lights. From a pollywog into a frog in 20 seconds flat. Well, how about that? Mayfly skimming on the water, mayfly only for the day. And if love is just a fleeting whim, then why is it you never dimmed away? And it's all I know. You're the afterglow that never fades. After all these years of living in your shadow, after all these than a diamond. My love shining like the sun. But I never try to close my eyes. I never want to hide you in the dark. Oh, and it's all I know. You're the afterglow that never fades. Oh, and it's all I know. You're the afterglow. So just take it
Hello, I am the Ronan Born, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Born live stream, featuring Pause. And Bags is just out the door there behind Cat as well, sitting. They both want food and water, possibly. And I didn't do that during the live stream break, so just, you know, hey, I am the Ronan Pawn. Welcome back. Officially now. Oh, shut up, for Christ's sake, with your... Welcome back. So, enlighten us, AJ. Nothing special, but I do like cross-dress and wear kinky... Ooh, me too. Mr. Ronan Pawn, what do you use to show your inputs when you are playing Cluster Truck? I used no board in the past, but it is annoying. I use a... I believe it's an OBS plugin that I think you can get just by going to, like, tools and, like, there's a, I think there's a built-in thing where you can download plugins for OBS. Maybe you have to download it, yourself, I believe. What's it called? What is it? What's the thing? Yeah, you probably do have to download and install it, now I'm remembering, and I made my own, like, graphical overlay for it, because I just changed the colors a little bit, I didn't like them. But when I do the speed runs, so here's the display capture there. So display capture, it's called, well, no, that's display capture. What is input overlay is what I called it. It is installed under OBS Studio Data, OBS plugins, input overlay. It's input overlay for OBS is apparently what it is. And yeah, it's easy. Once you put the files there, I came up with my own configuration file and stuff. If you want it, let me know. Hit me up on Discord and I'll send you over the files and you can just throw it in the background of an OBS. Back over to the lazy game then. But yeah, that's apparently what it's called. Input overlay for OBS. Back in black, that's right. I need the glasses. So we're programming is what we're doing, but we're not. We're really just talking about politics again. And I want to keep talking about it because I want to talk about the idea of privatizing the public schools. Ha! Back and black. No, I'm still rather peach. I'm peach. Maybe paler than peach, I don't know. I want to talk about the idea of privatizing schools in America. And I think if you asked most people who fall on the end of the spectrum where they're like, we need to do away with all these government institutions, blah, blah, blah. If you really got into, you know, what they're talking about, when they say we need to get rid of public schools and let the free market, you know, deal with that, here's like the detailed questions that you'd ask. Okay, so who's going to pay for it? It would be question one. Right? Because you can't end up in a scenario, you know that the scenario is going to arise, that people who already struggle to, you know, pay for just food and shelter and raising their children who rely on the public school system to just be there based on tax revenues collected from us all, including them. You know, somebody's going to have to pay, right, for people who can't afford it. So who's going to foot the bill for private education, if not the individual? Because if it is the individual, then what we're going to find is people who can't afford to send their kids to school. And I think the answer to that would be, well, you know, we'd have something like government voucher system. We'd have, you know, for the lowest economic people who can't afford it, it would be covered or something like that. I think there would be some kind of an answer like that, I have to assume, because otherwise you're just saying, fuck them, right? Like, if you're saying, well, they'll just have to come up with a little bit more money. No, there's got to be a way that we're going to make sure that it's paid for, and I assume that an intelligent person would not just say, well, we'll just get rid of it, and then fuck it, you know, they'll figure it out. Because no, that's not what's going to happen. Obviously, what's going to happen is people who can't afford it aren't going to be able to afford it, and then they're going to be in this awkward situation where you can't afford to send your kids to school. You also can't really afford to not send them to school, because if you are working, you know, regularly and you have kids who cannot be alone in the house all day, you can't afford them to be in the house you can't afford a babysitter. You can't afford to have everyday care for your kids while you're off trying to make the money to continue just feeding and clothing and sheltering them, right? So they're in this situation where they can't afford to send them to school, but they can't afford to not send them to school. And what does that result in? Except for more people with less systems to make sure that they don't, you know, get lost, just die, basically. Just them and their children just get written off and wither away, and I don't know what happens to them, but fuck them. So I assume the answer isn't just fuck them, that there is an idea for where that money would come from. The money doesn't come from nowhere, so the money would have to come from buy this tracksuit with this cat. The money would have to come from the federal government, right? We're going to do something in the way of some kind of voucher system, some kind of credit system, some kind of, if you truly can't afford it and you prove you can't afford it, then we'll foot the bill for the education system. So in other words, the first change that people would make towards privatizing public schooling is that people who can't afford private schooling will be provided public schooling, except for it will be private schooling, but it will be the government paying a certain amount in order to, basically there's no change, is what I'm saying. There's no change to that system when it comes to, you know, that end of things. Like, people are still going to have to educate their children if we're going to make sure that kids don't just go completely uneducated, with the realization that, you know, lack of education is lack of opportunity, and lack of opportunity results in crime, lives of crime and violence, and not really contributing as much to society, if those are your, you know, big arguments for why we need to incentivize contributing more by taking away government programs because the fucking nanny state is keeping everybody on the couch just sucking off the teat and like you like to do. If that's the argument, then clearly we need to make sure that kids, all of them, get an education where we are capable as a civilized society to do so. So we privatize it, and on that aspect, literally nothing can change. It can't change. We'd have to do it basically like we've done healthcare, which would be to make it illegal to not have your kids in school, which it already is, but make it illegal for you to not have your kids in school, and then force people to come up with the money to, you know, school their kids. And if they can't, well, then we're going to have an exception where we pay out of the public dollar, which means we'll need the tax dollars in order to pay for the people who can't afford the system. So nothing changes there. Substantively, you've just changed the ideology. What changes is that instead of it being a public school that has been, you know, created, built, and funded, and the teachers are paid with the public taxpayer dollar, it will be funded privately. It will be built on a, you know, individual business entrepreneur's dollar, and then it will be run by that entrepreneur in an effort to make it a business that is profitable. And the idea would be that the competition in the free market and the demand to make the need for that business to make their school better than the next in order to compete in the open market will provide a better education than what we provide currently. Now, the thing is, since the federal government is going to still be paying for the least amongst us in terms of the education of their children, now we have to decide how much that voucher is going to be worth, right? That dollar amount is going to have to be worth something. And if the goal here is to make sure that is to like create competition in the marketplace so that the best emerges more successfully and everybody gets a better education for less dollars and that sort of a thing, well then the money has to come from somewhere. So if we're not going to write as big a check as we already do for the education of each student, to pay this now private school, which has the additional overhead of having to have created their own building and got all of this started off of the ground. Like, what I'm saying is the money came from the same place and it's going to do the same thing. Like, there's no change yet. I'm still looking for a change to the system here that isn't theoretical, because what you've got there is you're going to have private schools that are for people who can afford better schools, that have a good reputation and a good, that kind of thing. And then you're going to have an industry of private schools that is about bringing in the biggest head count so that they can get the most money in terms of government vouchers, that is providing the cheapest education possible because it's a business and they have to try and still turn a profit. And someone has to provide an education for all these people who are getting the government voucher and who can't afford to pay for more education, for a better education than what you're getting, which is exactly what we already have. Because obviously in this country, no one forces you to send your child to any school in particular. They simply, we have public schools, and if you can't afford, then wherever you live, your kid's going to go to the public school. But if you can afford a private school, then private schools are out there, and if you think they'll get a better education there, you can pay out of your own pocket to send them to a private school. That's exactly the system that we have right now. However, okay, here's a difference. We're looking for differences in this proposal. The difference would be, instead of the public school being public, it would be private, which means that where presently a public school receives a certain amount of funding per year, it receives additional funding from the community that it's in, from the state and from the local government, but it receives a certain amount of federal dollars per year also. Instead of the money all coming from there, it's going to come from, the people who actually send their kids there, which, in terms of the lowest economic schools, which are going to have to exist, the ones that are cheapest and that you can afford with the government voucher without having to put any extra money in, those schools will be managed by people whose top priority is to minimize their costs of your child's education. Because that end of the market is not going to be about providing the best education that they possibly could. It's going to be about meeting a federally mandated minimum standard of what an education is, while having the lowest cost possible so that you can still be profitable. You see why I was stumbling over those two words. So what we end up with now is, instead of public schools where there is a federally mandated minimum that is inherent because the school is a public school and so it's part of the larger system and therefore it will be that, we now have private entities who are now scraping the bottom of the barrel looking for extra new and interesting ways in order to lower their costs of providing the education. Can we find teachers who will work for less money, because they're not good and nobody wants them at their school? Can we buy shittier food to put in the cafeteria? Can we find the cheapest tater tots? Can we get Class D horse meat and call them burgers? What is the absolute bare bottom minimum that we can do? Because that's what's going to exist. It has to exist, right? You have to have the cheap school. So we let the cheap school exist in the private market. And the idea here is that, if there is a federally mandated minimum of what a education has to be, or else you can't be a school, which there's going to have to be that, right? There has to be that. We're not going to allow anybody to start up a school and it just turns out to be a glorified daycare center and nobody actually gets taught, but they're calling it a school and so it fulfills the mandatory minimum required by the government of sending your child to school. Like, all of that still has to be there. You still have truancy laws. Kids have to go to school. So we have to make sure that in the quest for making money at the least amount of, cost to the business that's now a private entity, we have to be sure that they are providing a minimum standard, which will mean like something like standardized testing and thing to make sure that the schools that you're going to are actually teaching you the basics of math. So what I'm saying is nothing has changed in this proposal of a system except that instead of the public schools being mandated by the federal government and being directly overseen by the government as a representative of the people who keep their jobs based on whether or not people vote for them, and is funded by everyone across the, from shore to shore, and not just from your local community and not just from your state, but by the federal tax dollar, what we end up with is the people who are running that school that is taking the place of the cheap schooling, of public schooling, now have an added incentive to try and minimize costs even more than the public schools are already in the situation of doing. But they still have all the same requirements, all the same, demands put upon them. Like, the idea that competition in the marketplace will result in a better education for all is wrong, where it applies to the least amongst us. Because what you end up with in that scenario is exactly what we have right now, public education, except now you've got people running it who are going to try and cut out everything that they possibly can to save an extra dollar so that they can make a bigger profit margin. So it's still public school. It has to still be public school. It still has to abide by all of the regulations, all of the norms, all of the standards. Kids still have to test in certain percentiles, or else your school is not going to be allowed to be a school, and we're not going to, count it as a school, and will consider it a truancy issue, and parents might get in trouble for sending their kids to a school like that. And we're going to shut the school down, basically, if it's not really a school and it's just pretending that it's a school and it's not doing the job of a school. All that still has to be in place. So the only thing you're doing is giving businesses an incentive to create a version of public school that's even cheaper to run, which would be even cheaper to run by virtue of providing a lesser education, a lesser environment, a lesser meal plan, a lesser teaching staff, a lesser administrative staff. We see what has already been done in terms of privatizing prisons, and what we have are stories about prisoners who are eating meat that has maggots in it. What we see is that privatized prisons have absolutely no programs that have any interest in rehabilitation, quote unquote, in providing prisoners with access to education and opportunities so that when they re-enter, the public side of the world, when they exit jail or prison, that they'll have new opportunities, that they'll have an education behind them, that they can walk out and get a job and not have to go back to the life that they were doing before, and, repair the breaches in the the holes in the system that allowed people to fall through the cracks into positions where the only thing that they could do was sell drugs and run guns and, all the other nasty, naughty, dirty things, and mug people in alleyways and things. Provide them with opportunities so that when they are released, we don't have that anymore. Not in privatized prisons. Why? Because it costs money to provide those things, and no one has said that you have to provide those things. Now, when it was a government thing, it was something where we voted people into office, and based on the people that we voted into office, they, came to the conclusion that it was better for society in general if the people who were being sent to prison were given opportunities to be able to lead lives that weren't violent and criminal after they left prison, by having those opportunities that weren't given to them before they landed in prison. But as we've privatized it, there's an economic incentive, there's an economic disincentive, there's an economic incentive to cut those programs away, because we're just trying to run a business here, and our business is based on how many heads we have in the prison. It's a head count system. So it's very similar to what the system would be for a privatized public schooling, the lowest economic bracket of privatized schooling. It's a very, very good analog, because it would be a similar system where it's going to be about head count, it's going to be about the government voucher, you know, how much is that government voucher worth? Or in other words, how much is the head count? You know, how much money do we get per head? And then how many heads can we pack into a classroom? And how can we minimize our costs? And private prisons have figured out that pulling education out of prisons is a good way to minimize your costs. Pulling opportunities, pulling work release programs out is a good way to minimize your costs. It's also a good way to make sure that your customer base of, you know, prisoners, when they leave, are more likely to be back within the next 6 months, because that's how you make your money.
Headcount is a terrible way to monetize order male prison will get double the income of female. One lon on so hipon.
Hello, Darth Angelus. Headcount is a terrible way to monetize all the male prisons. All the male prisons will get double the income of female ones. Okay, because there's more male men in prison? I guess so. But yeah, so like, nothing changes in this system because we still have to monitor, monitor privatized schools. We still have to do like standardized testing to make sure that, in fact, we probably have to do more standardized testing and be more involved because they're private institutions, and we're going to have to do those tests more regularly to make sure that kids are actually getting an education. And we've already seen in charter schools, which is basically this system that, you know, people wanted, that some people still want. We get rid of public schooling, we privatize it. We already seen in charter schools that what happens is people make schools that aren't schools, and they fill out paperwork, and the government is not in their shit every day.
No, because there are more men in prison because men have 2 heads.
Oh, I see, because the multiple heads of men. Sure, the bell ends. What was I saying? We've seen in charter schools that what happens is a school will open up, it'll run for like 6 months, and then finally the federal government catches up to it through testing and through complaints and things like that, and goes and looks and finds out it's not a school. It's glorified daycare. They're not teaching anything. They're just taking kids out on field trips to the park, places where they don't have to pay. They put them all on a bus and they cart them over, and they just had to pay gas money, and it's cheaper to do that than to actually educate the kids. And then we shut those schools down. And then what happens is that all those kids who got into one of those charter schools that turned out to not actually be a school missed 6 months of education out of 12 years that they'll get an education. So 1/24 of their education they just didn't get. But hey, we caught it 6 months later. So we'll still be in the situation of needing to monitor the schools and do testing and make sure that schools live up to certain standards, but we'll now have an incentive in the bottom end of the market for people to find the absolute minimum cost-cutting, price-efficient way to run a school so that they can maximize profits based on an income that is determined by head count, which means let's pack as many kids into a classroom as we are legally allowed to, with the teacher who will accept the lowest income and least benefits that we can possibly find, and then meet the bare minimum test levels. Like, we need these kids to test at 70% of the class. You know, it needs to be a better than a C average. Then we're going for a B minus. No, we're going for a C plus here, a low C plus. Like, we need to meet the bare bottom minimum. Now, on the other end of the market, the private school market, what you'll see for people who can afford a better private school is healthy competition in the marketplace to try and be the best private school. Because these are people who are taking money out of their own pockets, who can afford to take money out of their own pockets to pay the private school because they think they're going to get a better education at this private school than they are at that private school, which changes the system in no way whatsoever, because that's what we already have. Except for right now we have public schools instead of the public schools being a private school version where it's a business and it has an incentive to try and find the lowest fucking dollar amount, the least we can possibly meet the minimum needs of. But right now there are private schools, and if you have the money to send your kids to private schools, then you can do so, and they compete in that marketplace for the public opinion of those who have money and can afford it, of whether this is the better private school or that is the better private school. So in other words, like, tearing out public education from from America does not save costs. Doesn't save costs, because we're still going to have to pay per head for children who people can't afford to educate on their own. So there's no cost saving there, unless I'll give you this, I'll concede this. It's possible we might be able to save costs per head, per child of education. And if we are able to do so, when we're paying, the federal government is going to have to still pay for the education of people who just can't afford to, put all 3 of their kids through school now that it's all privatized. So we're still going to have to, like, give them money just to give it to someone else. I will concede that maybe we'll be able to save some money per head, and that money will be saved by virtue of the fact that they will have a shittier education. Because there's no other way to save the money. I mean, there's a fundamental idea that the private market is better at doing these things than the public market. And the public, people spend more money, and because it's a big, juicy government contract, they put more money in, and there's not as much, people being really highly specific about trying to save costs on construction and on this and that and the other thing. But, it's education. So if we do spend a little bit more money there, that little bit more money is a little bit more money that helps to educate people. If a corporation comes in, and don't fool yourself, it's not going to be like mom and pop little local schools that are popping up around here to serve those will exist here and there, but it's going to be giant corporatized private schooling where a, Walmart of schools comes to exist that serves the lowest common denominator, the broadest, a group of kids that dominates from coast to coast, every state. There's going to be no variability. They're going to have their own program. It's going to turn into McDonald's, because McDonald's found the best way to provide a product that people would accept, that people were happy to accept. We will have McDonald's schooling of the privatized market, where some giant corporation figured out the most profitable way to run these lowest income schools, and the way that they will find to do that is to minimize their cost maximally. And minimizing their cost maximally means a lack of after-school education. It means a lack of, there's no incentive to provide those things. Public education has the incentive to provide those things because, it's money given to the government. It's the voters and the people who live there saying, this is what I want for my children. You should do this. And if you don't do this, I'm not going to vote you into office. I'm going to vote you out of office if you don't do this. There's that outside pressure on that. But when we're in a system where your money is the only thing that gets your children the education, and you can't afford to get the education, the government still has to pay, so the money is a limited amount. The money that's a limited amount, someone has to come up with, some corporation has to come up with, how do we run the school? And then we end up with schools that have no after-school programs, that have no opportunities outside of the bare basic education, that provide the most cost-efficient and least nutritious, meals and things like that. All of the costs will be cut to the bare bones bottom minimum. That is the incentive that you will create in the free marketplace to accommodate for the class of citizens, that being 1/3 of the country, more or less, that will not be able to afford to go out of pocket on private schooling when it's privatized. So this whole idea does not increase competition in the marketplace for private schools, because there's already competition in the marketplace for private schools. Private schools that people who have money can afford to send their kids to already exist. They already compete. They already try and provide the best education that they can try and provide, or at least create the image that they, provide the best education, and that your money, the added money that you're spending, is being spent virtuously. That already exists. All that ends up happening is the least amongst us don't have a school that provides anything more than an absolutely bare bottom bones minimum has to. Because that's how they'll make money. Without any incentive, any demand or overhead from the voting public, or the people, or the government. And if there is overhead and demand placed upon these corporate outlets for the minimum to be met, and the minimum includes after-school programs and, you know, it includes all of those things, then that's exactly what we already have. Except right now, we have some means of authority over it as, you know, through the government, through the people whom we elect. They have to meet a certain minimum standard. And if we do enforce a certain minimum standard on the privatized version of public schooling, nothing will have changed except who's in charge and what their incentives are. And their incentives will be to find the cheapest way to do it. And you say, yes, exactly, and that will save us money. And I say, that is a big conclusion to make and a big change to make and a big threat upon the education of children. And you're going to, like, in the process of all this coming to pass, there's going to be decades of fake schools popping up. Fake schools that people send their kids to, they look real good on the outside. Think, you know, Trump University. Look real good on the outside. They're all about marketing presentation. They spend their money on convincing you that it's a good school. They get your kid, and then they don't teach them anything. And these fake schools will, you know, pop up and be around, and eventually they'll get caught up to it, and they'll be put out of business, but the money's already been moved offshore because this was always the plan. This shit already exists in charter schools. We've already seen how this works. You want to get rid of the public school. There's no justification for it.
But and those people you elect in power cause their campaign was financed by those same company.
It is. Yeah, it is. I mean, I can't, that's the thing, is like whenever I do have to breach the unstable footing of the argument that, you know, the American people have some measure of control over something, there is that, you know, fact that really the same thing is alive and well in politics right now. But that isn't, what that is evidence of capitalism's, what it does. And it's doing it in politics as well. It's turned into marketing. It's not about, like, the actual things you do. It's about what you make people think about you. It's about the whiteness of your teeth and the, you know, positiveness of your message. And with enough money, you can convince a man that it is sunny out when it's raining. You know, their head is wet, and you can apparently, with enough money, just make them believe that it's just 72 and breezy, you know, cool. Sea breezes coming in off of the western coast today, a lovely 72-degree, 6th week of 72-degree weather. It's perfect here every single day. What a wonderful life we all live. And meanwhile, it's just like cats and frogs and lightning and, you know, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are landing. But apparently, if you throw enough money at it, you can convince people that it isn't what it is. And so, yeah, that is a weakness in my argument, because it does presume that we have any control over the government. But we have more control theoretically over the government than we have over the corporation. And by that, I mean we being the bottom third of the country, the economically impoverished class. And if you don't care about the economically impoverished class, then this sounds like a great idea. If you're just going to write off 100 million people, then cool. You're also a classist son of a bitch, and you're advocating class warfare. And you're saying that everyone who does not meet up to a certain standard should just, you know, jump off a bridge. Just burn them in a fire. They are chaff. Let's get rid of them. Let's try and make them wither and fall from the tree as quickly as possible. And maybe if we kill enough of them off, we'll end up with a utopian capitalist place where only the people who work hardest and struggle and grit and entrepreneurial spirit will survive. If that's where you're coming from, by which I mean Hitler territory, then this sounds like a pretty good plan. Otherwise, you're either a fucking moron, and you just haven't considered, or what? There is no other or, really. There's either you you think that people who don't live where you live and were raised where you were raised and look like you look and had the advantages that you had, or that, worked the way you work, maybe you didn't have any advantages. You can find the one in a million dudes who's, going to tell you a story of how I grew up in a city on the streets and my mom didn't, and my dad was dead. My mom she tried to raise all 6 of us, and I went to college, and then I invested in the thing, and I built a business, and now I'm a billionaire. You're going to find 1 in a billion people that have that story. Now, the other 999,999,999, what are you going to do about them? Anything? Or are we just going to, base our systems that apply to everyone off of anecdotal data from one person who, managed to be the roll of the 7,000-sided die that came up 7,001? And it's like, how did that happen? I don't know, but it's got to happen. And it happened. You have to write off so many people. You have to discount so many experiences. You have to say that the children of people who, and the thing is, like, even if you are writing people off and you think you got a good justification, like, I'm talking about crack addicts and homeless people, and first off, how did they become crack addicts? How did they become homeless? But let's just assume that you're actually talking about bad people. Bad people have children. Are the children inherently bad because the tree they fell from? Are you writing them off too? Even if I presume that there are bad people, even if I give you the Hitler-esque Nazi position that anyone who does not fall in a certain economic class, who is not making a certain income, is inherently a bad person because they're not contributing to the... Even if I were to give you that argument for the sake of playing Satan's advocate, because that's who you're arguing for at that point. Even if I were to give you that, so we'll punish the child for the sins of the father? Take away their opportunity? Damn them to the same life as their parents because their parents are sons of bitches? Even if we assume that their parents are sons of bitches? They're all a bunch of lazy fucking welfare state, goddamn sitting on a government cheese eating. We need to cut these motherfuckers off. What about their kids? Just... fuck them? More Darwinism? More social Darwinism? More, at this point we are talking about Hitler, we're talking about Nazi state rhetoric. We're talking about a rhetoric that says these people are the good people and those people are the bad people. It's hate speech, but it's so nested in political ideology that, like, we can't even have a conversation about it. People, you can't talk to a libertarian and have a conversation about this because they're immediately going to be like, Jesus, it's not classism. It is, though. Like, if you think that it's in your head not classism, it's okay, but on the ground in the real world, what you are creating, what you are proposing to create, if your policies were adopted today, would result in a hard line between all the people who can afford the world that you're trying to build and the people who cannot. And all of the people who cannot, you are either writing off or you have some idealist fantasy worldview where all of those people will come over to the side that you're on when they have to. Ice Cream, you're getting some audio feedback. Let me jiggle some cables. Ooh. Okay, shut up. Is that better? I think it just got massively loud. But it looks like it's quieter. There's no... Not quieter, but the static seems to have gone. But I think I've just... Also, the phantom power unit is now cranking out double. It sometimes does that. It's cheap. Yeah, better but louder. Son of a bitch. Let me try something else. It's, I think it's going to have to be better but louder. I will turn the mic down a little bit extra on the output end of things. And you guys let me know if it slips back into the other power state. Anyway, so yeah, like, it's Nazis is what I'm saying. It is, though. It's hate speech. It's the argument is, it relies fundamentally on fuck those people. Or it's such a ridiculous idealist philosophy that says, no, all those low-income people, when they have no choice but to either come up in income or die, they'll all come up in income, which is just stupid. Like, there's no other word for that. That's just stupid. Of course, not everyone is going to come along for the system. Even in the best, like, even if I tried to play, again, Satan's advocate for you. It's perfect timing. I just burped while I was saying Satan. If I were to play Satan's advocate for you again, like, maybe I could say, okay, let's imagine that of the 30% who live in the lower economic bracket in this country, let's say 10%. 10% you'll put them under such pressure that they'll manage to suddenly come up with money that they need to because they need to.
When do you become Rick from Rick and Morty?
Should I give you 20%? Shall I give you 20% in this devil's advocate kind of concept? 20% of people will just figure it out, and 10% of them will fucking die in gutters. But it's not class warfare, it's not classism, it's not hate speech. You know, it's weird. We live in this country, in America, where classism is not considered hate speech. Racism is considered hate speech, you know? You're just openly racist. Intolerance toward different sexualities and different gender identities and things. That, at least amongst, you know, sane and decent human beings, is considered hate speech to a certain degree, right? You speaking, but classism is not. When you advocate policies that would decimate, destroy, and probably cause the death of an entire economic class of people, that's just, we're just talking about politics. It's just government. It's just a different political view. God, why does everything has to be like fucking Nazis around here? Well, because what you are advocating would result in the deaths of thousands, tens of thousands, or possibly hundreds of thousands of people, and those who did not die would enjoy extremely shorter lives due to the lack of, you know, available education, healthcare, opportunity, income, just putting roofs over their heads. You know, survival rate would go down significantly for that class of people. You are creating a class divide. That is hate speech. That is an ism, and it's called classism. And it's not imaginary. It's very real, and many people in this country are doing it. And they're engaging it, and they're talking about it like, no, it's just, listen, all I want is I want the government to get their hands out of my fucking pockets. What you want is to keep everything that you get for you. And the argument against that I've heard is, no, I donate, I contribute, I just want to be the one to decide where I'm going to donate and what I'm going to contribute to. Giving my money to the federal government, they, spend it on this, that, and the other thing. I got no control over it other than to try and vote somebody out, but one man's vote and so forth and so on. You start arguing the one man's vote thing when it's not an election year where you want your guy to win. And then when it is an election year where you want your guy to win and your party to win, then it's all about get out to vote and you're a bad person if you don't vote. But then when you need the other argument about how, well, I don't really have control over the government anyway, then you argue about how, well, I don't really have control over the government even if I vote. The argument that I want Uncle Sam out of my pockets is one that, like, it just sounds like, yeah, of course you do. You want to keep your money. But we have a society built, we have a government, we have a nation built, where we actually do take care of the least amongst us, to a certain extent. And I would argue we should be doing more and could be doing a lot better. A lot better. I would argue that we need universal socialized health care. I would argue that we need to work toward that. And I would argue that the people who are the richest amongst us, who have the most, we should be taking that away from them. We should be taking any income, we should be taxing them so hard that there is a disincentive to try and be any richer than a certain level. Because of the millions of human beings whose lives we could make better by asking one human being to live their lives on the meager resources that a few $1 million per year allow you. I think my argument is the logical one. Surprisingly, most people do think their argument is the logical one. The idea of individuals holding such immense wealth that they have their own private jets and they have their own this and their own that. It's like there are scenarios where you could justify having those resources and having those things. And honestly, if you're making a couple $1 million a year in the system that I propose, where above a certain limit, basically the tax rate is so high that it's not worth it to you. Hey, you want to save up for a couple of years and buy yourself a private jet? As an individual, sure, go for it. Can do. Why not? But the levels of greed that are inherent to this system are promoting the worst behaviors of humanity. It's promoting sociopathy. And it's funny because that libertarian argument tends to talk about morality and decency and, make the claim that we're just demanding that people, pull up their bootstraps, pull themselves up by their bootstraps, and pull their weight and not rely on other people to pay their way. And it's a morally, it's a moral argument. Where does the morality come into play when you take out all of the social systems that are currently providing for the bottom third, for 100 million people in this country? Where's the morality there? And it has to exist. The only way that you can inject morality into that is by assuming that anyone who cannot survive, who cannot compete, who does not thrive in the system that would emerge from your cutthroat, Thunderdome, free market, capitalist nation premise, that those people deserve to die, that those people deserve to live in squalor, that those people are bad people, that those people are pulling us all down. They're them, and we're us. You're drawing a line and creating a group to hate. You say, I don't hate them. Well, when your policies end up killing them, when your policies end up decimating them and leaving them, from living in low-income housing, trying to raise a couple of kids, to living on the street and their kids have been taken away from them, or their kids are living with them on the street and their kids are now grifting people, or, pickpockets, or, if we want to go fucking Dickensian on this thing, to have the little kids rush around you and then just, one of them grabs your wallet while the rest of them kind of pawing up on you and then nobody knows which kid got it. No, shit, they all ran away. Like, that's pushing it, I'm pushing the metaphors here, but that is the scenarios we're talking about. So when you say, I don't hate them, well, I'm glad that you have defined for yourself the internal condition of who you hate and who you don't. But when your actions result in the death and disenfranchisement, and when you put your boot on the neck of someone else and hold them down, and then you tell me, I don't hate them, I don't really care whether you think you hate them or not, or whether you do hate them or not. I acknowledge that it's possible to put your boot on someone's neck and hold them down and not hate them. I don't really care what you feel. I care about the boot and the neck, and get the fuck off of their neck. Asshole. Now, what was the ice cream? Justify this. How are they going to afford their private jets and islands, says RMAJ. You know what? You could save up for a couple of years. You're making $2 million a year, How about this? How about the things that you demand from everyone, below you on the economic scale that they have to do just to fucking survive, which is, manage your money better, save up for a little bit, plan for tomorrow. You want your kids to go to college, you put something away. You need a retirement package? Well, we're not going to have Social Security, so I guess you'll have to invest early. Like all of those things that you want to tell other people to do. You want yourself a private jet or an island and you can't afford it, on your meager $2 million a year salary. Well, then maybe what you need to do is put a little bit of money away. Plan for tomorrow. You want a jet? You can get a jet, but you're going to have to save up. The real money is not in the individual anyway. But the individual should be held to task. And I do think the individual should be held to task, and I don't think that there's a reason for an individual to make more than $2 million a year, and I think I'm already being immensely generous at that. But I am trying to keep a high margin. I am trying to keep, that greed-based incentive there. Because maybe there's something to it. Maybe there is something to that capitalism thing. And so if you can make up to $2 million a year, well, then some people will fight and struggle in order to make that $2 million a year, and they'll push. And that push will keep the capitalist market moving. But above $2 million a year, sorry. But the real money to be made is in the corporation, is in the giant business. The giant business who does business on our shores, and some of whom don't pay any taxes in certain years. Many of whom don't pay, the share of taxes that they're supposed to be paying at law. That's where the real money is. Giant corporate outfits, the ones that are enslaving foreign populations in order to send us back, $6 t-shirts in a bag of 6. Wow, t-shirt for $1? How do you get cotton out of a field? How do you grow a field of cotton, strip the field of the cotton, thresh and process the cotton, turn the cotton into cotton strings, cotton fibers, put the cotton through a machine that then sews it all together, get a t-shirt out on the other side, do this all on another continent, pack it into a plastic bag, put it on a ship, ship it back to the States, and then put it on a shelf in a store that is employees and has its own overheads, costs of supply, chains, and all that stuff, and then sell it to me for $1. How the hell did I come up with a cotton t-shirt for $1?
You can get a helicopter much cheaper than a jet. Seriously, a website dropped the price of a helicopter from $650 to $650 in error. Their site crashed for a few days till someone realized.
Thank you for the anecdote. How do I end up with a t-shirt for $1? With all those people in the line who have to make money. Well, because a lot of the people in line aren't making money. A lot of the people in line aren't making money. That's why. That's how you get that. Because you wouldn't want the lives of the people who sew your t-shirts. The people who, stand in the factory in some Pacific Rim nation that has been targeted by corporations because they know they can manipulate the governments and there's not a big human rights interest and the governments are not very strong in the first place. Vietnam never really recovered from the Vietnam War. And that's why you have so many businesses so many large corporations doing business in those countries. Because the governments aren't strong enough and you can, just push a little bit of money around and get a lot back for it in terms of not really having to pay people a living wage, in terms of not having to provide your workers with a safe work environment. You can save all kinds of money doing business in Vietnam and Malaysia these days. And a lot of other places too. Those are just the two that I reach to because they're the places that I know Intel and Nike and like everybody does business in Vietnam and Malaysia. And why? Because they can get away with that shit. And the fact that they can make more money and more money and more money, and all they have to do is move their outfit to a place where people don't care about people and then enslave the population of people where people don't care about people, is, a very good and efficient way of making money. And if that's what you're for, and you think that's a great system, then, you and Hitler would get along. Classism is an ism, and it's not an unserious ism. And everybody wants to say, I'm not classist. And everyone wants to say, I'm not racist. And everyone wants to say, I don't hate those people. I don't care about those people. That's why I don't hate those people. When your actions result in people's deaths, or misery, despair, lack of opportunity in their lives, I don't care what you think you are or aren't. I don't care what you feel, what you want to tell me you feel or don't feel. I'm not interested in you or your words. I'm interested in what you're doing and what you've done. What I believe is libertarian position, the more conservative than conservative position of we need to shut down all of these government programs and government institutions and just let the free market behave as the free market will behave, is a classist position that would result in the deaths of lots of people and would also create a massive class divide. People are worried in this country about fucking middle-class Americans. Are you kidding me? First off, like 2/3 of middle-class America. Are you listening to me? Please listen up. You're not middle class. I know you think you are. You're not. That's not what you are. There is a measure of income. You can look it up. I know you think you're middle class. You like that idea. You're low class. You're lower. You're not in the middle. So first off, let's start there. Because most of the people who consider themselves middle class are not middle class. You're in the bottom third. Just. We live in this, fake news era. And by that, I mean the era where everybody calls fake news and everybody calls it's not racism and it's not this and it's not that. And I'm going to tell you what it is instead of, like, I'm going to redefine it, okay? I know that you think that because I did this thing, it's this. But I'm going to tell you it's not that because I wasn't thinking what you think I was thinking while I was doing it. So even though I did the thing and it resulted in the thing, or I'm doing the thing and it's going to result in the thing, that's not what the thing is because that's not what I'm thinking while I'm doing it. And that is the virtue of what I'm doing, is what I'm thinking while I'm doing it, not what I'm doing it or what effect it has. That's the world we live in, where people call fake news on facts. Where people, claim it's not racism because that's not how I think about it when I do it. No. Racism is a thing. Facts are a thing. And it doesn't matter what you're thinking about when you do it. You can be part of a racist system without believing yourself to be racist. You can be part of a racist system and be doing racist things without being classically racist by definition. It is your actions that matter. And that's another little thing that I picked up from your boy Jesus Christ. I mean, I picked it up elsewhere too, but Jesus said it as well. It's your actions that matter. It's what you do to people that matter. You want to tell me that what it is not what it is because that's not what you think it is. That's not how it works. Because that's not what you were feeling while you were doing it. That's not how it works. Okay, if I were prosecuting you for a hate crime, then I would have to prove what you were thinking while you were doing it. But that's not what I'm here to do, you know? I'm here to point out that if you got your policy's way, you would do so much harm to so many people that it would be, you know, it would be a sort of a holocaust. And I hate to turn that phrase, but I couldn't come up with another kind of a word. It would be a genocide of sorts. It would be tens or hundreds of thousands of people dying. And maybe they don't die in one swoop because you didn't drop a bomb on them, but they die younger. They die within a couple of years. They suffer the years that they have on the surface of the planet. You cause pain and peril and strife and destruction to other human beings with those policies. But you want to tell me that it's just a political point of view. It's just an economic policy. It's hate speech is what it is. It's classism. It is class warfare. And that's why we want to use the term class warfare. That's why I want to use the term class warfare. Because classism sounds like just nothing to the modern American anyway. In this zeitgeist, it sounds like, oh, classism. You mean like someone who's posh looking down on the poor. Like PewDiePie paying poor people to hold up signs that say horrible things about Jews. Kill them all, for example, for $5, dangling it over their heads and saying, do it or you don't get the money. You mean that by classism, right? And to which I'd say, yeah, kind of. But more so, I mean class warfare, which is to say that your policy proposals will destroy an entire block of the American public. You know, a third, I've been saying. Maybe it's more like a quarter. Let's hope it's more like a quarter, but I'm going to keep saying a third until somebody throws some statistics in my face. Let's see. I know just what I make a year is 12 grand or less a year, and I believe 40K is where the middle class starts here in Canada, says RMAJ. Am low class. Yeah. And this is the thing, is most American citizens making, you know, like $18,000 a year, $22,000 a year, they think that they're middle class. They think of themselves as middle class. I'm making less than 20 grand a year, but I'm middle class. And I'll tell you what, if I were making 20 grand a year, I'd feel great. I'd feel great. If I'm making 18, I'd feel great. Because I have found a way to survive in my condition at, you know, $600 a month or less sometimes. And I can do that. And I'm okay. And if I had, you know, an extra $1,000 a month, oh my fucking God, my life. I could probably afford to, like, actually seek a diagnosis for my chronic fatigue syndrome if I had an extra $1,000 a month, and I would still be in the lower class. I would still be, you know, in that bottom 100 million American citizens if I were making, you know, 18 grand a year. But I don't, and I can't, and I'm here. And there are other things that I could be doing to make more money. I mean, fucking coding and editing. I have actually skills that are quite highbrow that you get paid quite a bit of money for. But that's not my life right now. Just not what I'm choosing to do. My life has never really been about money. I was always pretty fucking smart. Smarter than average. And people always used to talk about, you know, what the things I could do. Oh, the places we'll go. If I wanted to. It wasn't of interest to me. And I suppose the libertarian, you know, viewpoint would be, well, then you're not contributing. Like, you have more to give, but you won't give it. And I would say, I have more to give, and I am giving it. Because money is not the measurement. Money is not the metric of goodness. It's the measurement of money. You know, I was a monk for 3 years. You don't make it to being a monk because you're trying to make the biggest dollar. It just wasn't interesting to me, making the biggest dollar. Never has been. I guess I'm weird. But I was more interested in ideas like taking a vow of poverty and becoming a monk. Because I don't like money, honestly. I don't like all the bullshit that comes with it. You know? I pay my bills every month in a very, like, methodical way because it's something that I just ding, 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 do, done, okay, and now I don't have to think about it anymore. Yo, that sounds like a great hook to a song. Money is not the measurement. Yeah! Yeah, we could do away with it, says RMAJ. I mean, that's not going to happen, but it's just not been my interest. My interest has been in what is the interest, like what is worth doing. And I have been far and wide, and I have studied the spiritual masters, and I have sat with men in robes on mountaintops in South Korea in search of what is worth doing. And at no point along the road did anyone who I found worth listening to tell me, black man, make your money. I found all of the smartest, wisest, most compassionate, most sincere, most, you know, revered men that have ever walked the earth. All had pretty much the same thing to say, which was, money ain't everything. In fact, money ain't nothing. Can't serve God and mammon. You can't serve yourself and others. That's what Jesus said. Buddhism and Zen teaches just complete get rid of the self. Don't get rid of the self. Let it go. Selflessness. And the contrivances of modern corporatism and American capitalism, these vast, like, complicated the explanations for why it's okay that we do this because that, because the other, and if you consider, and then the other thing, that all have to exist in order to create this confounded, very complicated morality that doesn't exist until you tie all of these strings together, and then you can sort of find a path where it maybe ends in something similar to morality. Like, it's okay for one man to have hundreds of millions of dollars while other people are suffering because that one man with his hundreds of millions is going to spend a lot of that money, and then that money is going to trickle down. He's going to create businesses, which creates jobs, and then the jobs creates and like 7,000 pages later, you get to, and that's why it's okay for one man to have to live a lavish life of luxury while another lives in a cardboard box in an alley. Ta-da! And somehow, along the path, apparently people actually get to believe it. Actually get to the point where it's like logic has been strained to such that it just snaps. And it's like, yeah, of course. Why didn't I think of it like that? Ah, one person having more and then other people having less because there's less to go around is not economic disparity. It's not. It's, oh my God. Why didn't I see it like that? Well, the reason why you didn't see it like that was because you went to kindergarten and they taught you that if there are 4 apples and Johnny takes 3, there is 1 apple remaining. And if 300 million people have to split whatever's left over after Johnny takes his apples, that's why you never thought of it that way, because you understood basic fucking math. You need money to live, to buy nice, cool things, but really, it's not needed. Someday, maybe, technology and science will bring us to the point where everybody can have far more than any one person needs. But so long as there are people amongst us who have nothing and need, it is difficult to justify extravagance. I mean, it is honestly easy to make the argument for, for vows of poverty and shit like that, at least to me. It certainly is easy to make the argument. But I should think on a cultural scale, on a level of what a nation can get behind, we should be evolved enough to acknowledge that there should at least be some kind of maximum threshold of what one man can lay up for himself and for tomorrow.
This is βοηθάν ο Snape to eliminate half the population so everyone has enough wool that have worked. There would still be those without because of those who hoard it all.
I actually didn't see that movie. I hear it's rather good. I should think that decent human beings could agree that there should be an upper limit on how much any one person can take for themselves, until or unless we can get everybody taken care of, till everybody's got, like, the bare minimums are being met, your education and your children's education and the place that you live and your, income, and everybody just let's meet a certain minimum threshold of what, life is, raise the bottom up to a certain level, and if we can get everybody to that point, then maybe we can take the cap off. But before then, the idea of having individuals who have laid up so much for themselves and for tomorrow that they may not live to see tomorrow, and then they've left it to just their family, just their children. So now we've got another man who's laid up all of that for themselves and for tomorrow. Well, today, people are dying in the streets. Well, today, people are losing their homes. Well, today, kids... ... I should think that we could at least come to that moral agreement that, yeah, individual wealth should have a cap. Should be a certain place at which we say, you know what, your barns are full. Would you mind, terribly, taking all that excess and instead of building more barns to store them, just letting us come up and, eat? What do you think? And here's the thing. Scientifically speaking, the studies are in, and you would be happier. You would be a happier person. Mr. 100 Millionaire. You would be a happier person. According to the research, as soon as you breach a certain level, 6 digits, you earn 6 digits, well, your happiness index starts to drop off. And I'd love to believe that the reason for that is that fundamentally, no matter who you are, you feel bad. It might also have to do with how many people are clamoring for your attention and for your money and for your ideas and for your, just for your time, because they know that there's money with your time, and your relationships start to get like shallower because there's people around you who want and want and want and want. And you know why they want and want and want, and why they won't like form a real relationship with you but see you as a piggy bank, is because you've made yourself a fucking piggy bank. Because you have so much and everyone else needs. So, solve that issue by not building more barns to fill with your excess of excess, and instead giving freely of it. That's my thought, anyway. Hello, says Allogram1. I've been here the whole time, just lurking. Cool. Cool, good to have you here. Yeah, that's why I'm okay with just working to just survive on what I got. I don't need much as long as I find love and kink. A partner that understands me and someone I can go home to and cry in their arms at night as they hold me close. As long as I get that, I'll be fine not making much. I think the Industrial Revolution really fucked everything up. It's what capitalism and capitalists look at and say, see, capitalism drives technological innovation. Greed drives technological innovation. Maybe in, like, education drives technological innovation. Ever think of that? Maybe the fact that humanity had risen to the point where it understood things that it never had before. Maybe all of the sudden innovations that started to come were a result of the fact that they were there to be done. Maybe we would have done them regardless, whether or not anybody was, hanging dollars over our head. Why? Because it's there to be done. When I started this rant, I said something about, I feel that it is in the nature of human beings to distract themselves. I don't feel that it's in the nature of human beings to participate in alpha male competition, Thunderdome dominance scenarios. I don't believe that that's the nature, but I do believe the nature of human beings is to distract themselves from what currently is. Now, if that's true, and that means all those technological innovations driven by, capitalism and greed, were actually driven by the human need to be doing something, anything with this life. I gotta do something. Like, what am I doing with this life? When there's something new that you could do, and it's right there, you do it. Because you need the fucking distraction. And once the atom was conceived of, everything was going to happen, regardless of where the money was. And what is really the enabler of that innovation and the science and the research and the technology is the stability of society. Not greed, not income. If income's stability, not wealth. If you're not in a war-torn country, if you're in a country that is peaceful and where people can live their lives without being under the constant threat of bankruptcy or foreclosure, hunger, starvation. If you're in a situation where you can live and there is a basic level of needs fulfillment, and maybe even a basic level of comfort and dignity, then it is in the nature of a human being to do what they're going to do. And what they're going to do is whatever there is to do. As soon as someone conceived that you could use a semiconductor in order to something, and then you dope the side of it, and then the other side gets doped with that, and you could make a diode, it was going to happen. Because people have to fill the hours of the day. The diode was not invented because somebody dangled people, money over people's head and said, if you come up with some new amazing thing that's going to enable supercomputers to be in people's pockets every, in 50 years from now, if you come up with something magical, I'll give you all this money. No, it happened because, it was going to happen. And because there was a stability to the individuals' lives who worked on that. They had the freedom to turn their attention there, instead of to the fevered acquisition of wealth. Or rather, to the fevered acquisition of basic needs fulfillment. They were in a situation, those individuals, where they had the freedom to do the good work, to do the work of pushing technology along, to entertain their muse. If they had been struggling on the street to make sure that everybody was fed, then the same people who invented the fucking capacitor would have been working at the day's version of a McDonald's for $6 an hour trying to make ends meet. Wouldn't have had the room for that. I argue that technology, capitalism, corporate greed, money is not that which drives societies forward in technology. I would argue that it holds them back. And it is, in many sectors provably, including healthcare. We don't get cures, we get treatments. It's not money that drives technology. It's not capitalism that drives technology. It's not industry that drives technology. It is the nature of man to do, if for no other reason than to distract himself from his impending death. It's in the nature of man to be doing something. And when a man has the freedom to do something other than just survive, you get technological innovation. Because he has the time and the freedom and the space to look around him and say, how could this be better? What else could I do? You know? You ever done something like that? You look around your house, you realize, every time I go to open that door, I'm doing the thing, and then if I had the store stop behind that, and then one of those little, you ever do something like that with your life? You ever work a job where after 6 months of being there, you realize that this chair has always been a little bit low, and you're always doing that, and then you finally get out and you adjust the chair in such a way, and you build a little contraption, or you do something that just makes it didn't need to be done. It was working already, but you do something that improves it. Did you do that because you were going to get paid for it, or did you do it because you were in a situation where you had the freedom to acknowledge that things could be improved because you weren't desperate and struggling to just make ends meet? It's where innovation comes from. Not from fevered, desperate, needs to make more money. The people who are fevered and desperate to make more money are the people in the boardroom. The researchers who are coming up with the medications are not fevered and desperate to make more money. They're desperate to keep their grants coming in, sure, so that they can keep doing what they're doing, but they're not trying to make the money. They're trying to do what they're doing because it's what they wanted to do. The people in the boardroom are the ones that are fucking, tearing their hair out over whether or not we're going to make enough money this month because they can't see anything beyond it. Because they have nothing to distract themselves. They have nothing to contribute. So they have to present an image of dominance and then shout down at the rest of the people that you are not contributing. Look at all the money that I make. You don't contribute to society. The truth is, the people in the boardroom are the ones who don't contribute to society. Where's their work that has improved something? Their work is to make sure that the money keeps rolling in. Their work is to produce it for a little bit less. Their work is to put people out of jobs, enslave populations of men, This is what their contribution is. And then these high and mighty individuals look down upon the world and say, why are we paying the way for all of these lowly people who are just, you know, collecting the trash and fixing the cars and teaching our kids and, you know, policing the streets and, you know, feeding people, checking us out at the grocery store, cleaning emptying the trash in our offices, cleaning out the bathrooms. These lowly people who are doing nothing to contribute to society, making the least amount of money amongst us, well, we, the noble lords on high, are sitting up here, what are we doing? Making money. Right! Making money! Which, of course, is virtuous in and of itself, even though whether it produces anything of virtue, whether in the process of making more money we actually eliminate jobs and put people out of work and cause people misery, the fact that we're making money is the thing, right? And that's a contribution to society. No, friend. Actually, no. You're just making money because you have no contribution to make. Anyway, I've bored myself now. I'm bored of this conversation. You know why? Because I fucking nailed it. Of this rant, anyway. Because I just killed it. I said it all. And I think I did just point out the psychological fallacy of the rich man, you know, and very Freudian sort of a thing that is going on there, I think. I just stumbled into that. You know, whenever you find somebody shouting at you about what you are doing that is wrong, you have to look close, because a lot of times, and with you yourself too, when you're, you know, shouting at someone else about it, you have to look real close at yourself, because a lot of times what you're complaining about that someone else is doing is what you are doing. And it's a really good, like, defense mechanism to call somebody else out on what you're doing that you don't want to admit to yourself that you're doing. The notion that the 100 million at the bottom of the economic pool are the ones who aren't contributing to society by doing the most necessary work that we have and being remunerated the least for it. That argument that comes down from the people who sit in posh chairs at the tops of, you know, tall buildings and make decisions to put people out of work and enslave foreign nations in order to save a couple of bucks here and there. In terms of contributions to society, janitor, CEO. Janitor, CEO. Oh, but the CEO is so much the business and all the people that they employ and all that. No. See, the business is something that would be regardless of the CEO. The CEO is a man who occupies a role in the business. The virtue of the CEO is the virtue of their ability to make really horrible decisions that hurt a lot of people, but that make more money. And the only way that you can justify that is to assume that making more money is, in and of itself, virtuous. It doesn't drive technology forward. It doesn't innovate. It doesn't force the world forward. It doesn't, no. You're just there to make more money. And that is a masturbatory endeavor. Because you're just playing with yourself. Except for, when you're done, you do seem to make a mess all over everyone else. So, there is that. But maybe if you weren't on top of the building while you're doing it, you know, if you weren't so high up in the tower, then maybe you wouldn't spread your seed all over everybody's face when you did it. But that's where you've put yourself. What is he talking about now? I don't know. Wow, what a huge porn rant. Yeah. Bored enough to finally actually do something to this hologram one? What, the Molotovs? There is a purpose for management. Coordination is important, but not as important as society likes to pretend. That's right. The people who make the middle-class America income are people who push numbers around in computer databases. I mean, when you get down to it, a lot of that is that. It's things that already were, that needed to be pushed from here to there and from there to here. And the white collar, you know, that's what that is. It's sales. And so, like, you're not contributing to society, you're being the influx point for someone else to make a bunch of money. Like, white-collar, middle-class jobs have a tendency to be, that is their virtue. They are work that needs to be done because systems exist that need that work done. Whereas the lower class, the blue-collar workers, the people who are remunerated significantly less, for their efforts, their work tends to be work that actually needs to fucking be done and that actually makes shit happen. You know, when you get a nail in your tire, someone's going to have to remove that nail from your tire or give you a new tire, and someone needs to know whether they should remove the nail from your tire or can. Or, like, what they do in the auto shop is something that needs to happen to make everything else in society work. The data that gets pushed from, you know, the marketing department to the financial department and then over to the human resources, that doesn't really need to happen. It needs to happen to support that one business's operations, whatever it is that it's being done. But the work that gets remunerated least is, you know, the trash collection at the side of the road. And anyone who's ever lived through a waste department strike will know that that's something that needs to happen, that actually needs to happen for society. Someone needs to come along and take the trash away to somewhere else, because if they don't, it's real bad. Real bad. Those are actual jobs that actually contribute to society in ways that would harm us all if they weren't being done. The middle-class, white-collar American worker sitting in the cubicle, you know, taking phone calls and moving data from one part of the spreadsheet to the other part of the spreadsheet, that is necessary for that individual business to continue making money. It is not a necessity of life. And somehow we've found ourselves in this position where the people who are doing that which is least necessary are most valued, most remunerated, and most lauded. And the people who are doing the work that actually has to happen, someone has to stand at the cash register when you go to check out. You know, until we come up with cheaply deployable technology that will just monitor you and put her out of work. Someone needs to stand at that cash register, make sure you're not shoplifting, make sure that, you know, the food gets rung up right, that there aren't missed prices. Like, somebody has to be there. It's quality control as well as the function of checking you out, ringing you up. That has to happen. If you want to buy something, someone has to check it out. And when it's your food at the grocery store, it's an absolutely necessary role. You know how much money she makes? You know how much money they make at the cash register? Comparison to your middle class, you know, white collar, has the money to have a regular golf game, kind of a lifestyle. The people who do what needs to be done are the least amongst us. And they're least taken care of. And it's ridiculous. But Pawn, people like that, cream pies, what? I build things for a living. Sheds, nice wooden ones, says RMAJ. How remunerated are you for, you know, building things? The guys who come, you know, from Home Depot and Lowe's and stuff to assemble your deck, to, you know, to install your washer. You buy a washer and they drive it over and they put it in. You know what needed to happen? What needed to happen was somebody with muscles needed to use their muscles to lift the washer onto a truck, and then somebody had to drive that truck to your house in order to deliver that thing to your house. That needed fundamentally to happen. You know what doesn't need to happen? Let me show you this. This doesn't need to happen. But this, okay, coding in Python, some script, you know, an application that I'm not going to sell. I'm just making it, you know, just for people to use. But this is the kind of thing, this is the kind of work that I could make $80,000 a year doing if I specialized in it. That's the kind of thing that you can make real money on. moving bits left and right. Huh? Yeah. That's where the real money is. Not in making sure that people are fed and clothed and their streets aren't covered in trash and no. That's the dredges of society is what that is. But if you can if you know how to edit in Adobe Premiere like I do, if you can crank out I mean, back in the day, 3 or 4 20-some minute episodes that are edited in an hour. Damn. Now you can make some money. You're an editor. Jesus Christ. You're fast. You're good. Quality's up. You care about the audio and the visual. You know, these titles and overlays and moving pieces, animations and bits like that. Damn. Well, you, as someone who can create, completely unnecessary, forms of media entertainment, you deserve, 6 digits a year. I mean, if I were a professional editor, I'd probably go for like a 60,000 kind of position, I think. I don't really want to work as hard as it would take to make any more than that as an editor, but that's about where I'd be. But I'll tell you what, what I did before, before I foolishly became a professional live streamer, professional YouTuber and entertainer, before you guys made it possible for me to try that a couple of years ago now, and, I'm still here. Maybe not for long. But thank you for your support and your donations and your Macy with the 2,500 bits today. And all of the donations, not just, but I'm saying, it's 2,500. That's big. That's a lot. Thank you, RMHA, as well. Thank you, Darth Angelus. Before I did this, I was a janitor. Worked 40 hours a week at the start. And I think I was making $9.50 an hour. And I would come in for $9.50 an hour, and I would clean a gym with showers. Part of a team, 5-man team. They would come in and clean that whole commercial gym covered in sweat and God knows what else. There's a pool, too. And I would do that in the middle of the fucking night. So that, when the day rolled around, and all those middle-class, white-collar, and actually it was a gym that was adjacent to a hospital, and it was used by doctors a lot, too. All of those middle and upper-class people who could afford the fancy gym membership to come there. I came in the middle of the goddamn night in order to clean that so that, I would be out of their hair. We wouldn't be there cleaning while they wanted to use the space during the day. So, I gave up a portion of my waking day in order to work in the middle of the night for $9-something an hour, $9.50 an hour probably, so that I could come in and clean that to make those better people.
多特购帕恩安妮德尤霍尔德梅克洛瑟塔里斯梅恩梅克梅费尔古德惠斯珀林因托米厄尔萨宁茨阿尔赖特姆埃尔萨费诺
It's alright, I hear you. You're safe and no. That was definitely not the right accent that I did. Thank you, RMHA. But I am going. I'm definitely wrapping it up. You can tell. But yeah, so as the janitor who came in the middle of the night to make the place clean for the people who were doing the real work that's really valued in society, I made $9.50 an hour. That was work that needed to be done. If that work wasn't done and people continued coming to that gym, they would be getting staph infections very soon. The amount of mold that grew and the speed at which it grew in our showers would have been public health safety issue within like a week or two if we didn't do what we did every night. That work needed to be done. It wasn't shifting numbers around in a database. It wasn't programming a little Python script. It wasn't editing together a web app. And I, for the sacrifice of my day, in order to work a midnight shift job, was remunerated to the tune of $9.50 an hour. And that seems fair, doesn't it? That seems just and right. That's exactly how our economy should be built. If I haven't mentioned it before, I am the Ronin Paul. And I am wrapping up. We didn't do any programming. I started this live stream on a day where I don't usually live stream. And I was going to do some programming, get some things done. Never even bothered with the green screen, sitting here in friggin' Unabomber makeup. Because of the CFS. Kind of like this. Maybe I'll stick with this from now on. This will be my new thing. You just talk to politics and classism, which is a dirty word. It's as bad as racism and worse. Because it usually involves the others. All the others. Thanks to everybody for coming out. We're supposed to be back here tomorrow. I have been tomorrow at 4 p.m. I have been not having good days with the chronic fatigue syndrome, so I just want to say I'll see you when I see you. In terms of scheduling, I can make no promises at this point. I appreciate you all. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for supporting me and your donations, and I hope that hearing someone speak what I would like to think is sanity, hearing that heard for the first time in the past 6 years, probably, that helped you. I'll see you next time. One out. 6 years, Jesus, I'm overestimating. That's probably been a lot more than that.